Hi, and hello, and welcome to a new episode of Weebs Talk About, or to be precise, to the first episode of Weebs Quest. I'm your host.
Hi all.
I'm your host Maho, and let me introduce you to the people that are standing around here. For example, you see this tall queen standing there, moving and wiggling. This is Amy, one of my beautiful co-hosts. Say hi, Amy.
Hi, Amy. That will never not be funny.
She is a tiny bit leggy, but this could be entirely my fault and not hers. I have a bunch of things running at the same time. Also, hi,
the video
Yuzu.
just seems to be running fine on my side.
Oh yeah, it was just like very shortly that you like when you blink sometimes it just like for some reason then slows down.
Yeah, it's daunting that your much better PC can't handle doing everything you need to do and showing a fucking stream of my model. That doesn't bode well for mine actually running the model.
Okay, to be fair, I have Unity running in the background, Vinyan running in the background, and OBS running at the same time.
That's fair, I guess. Also, Yuzu, hi! Thank you for the compliment. It is only about probably 3/4 done. But I wanted to have something to show at least, so I actually exported it as it was.
And we have Kudai, our second co-host, and our guest of today, Eden. She even has a PNG that is holding a tablet. It's perfect.
Oh, that's good. I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, I haven't either.
It got delivered mid us sitting up. So
that's great. Okay, so let me explain a little bit what the Weebs Quest is, just like to get everyone on the same page. 7 weeks ago, I announced the Weebs Quest, and people could apply for that. And the goal was to do something creative. It was up to everyone else what they wanted to do. The only requirement was do something you haven't done before and tell us about it in this show. So I think it's very clear to see what Amy did. So usually I would start with Eden, but because Amy, you're like the big pink elephant in the room, or in our case, the big orange randa in the room, I will give you this question first. So,
well, you see, I decided that I should take up spearfishing.
And what did you fish? Compliments?
Well, I caught a live 2D model maker, and she taught me how to make live 2D models.
Okay, but let's for real. What quest did you choose?
I decided to finally stop putting off my making my live 2D model because I noticed my live 2D license was about to expire, the one that I bought 3 years ago. And in the interest of I'll definitely get around to it eventually, I finally got around to it eventually after I got another month extension on the license.
But you did it! I'm proud of you. Kudai, what was your quest?
Well, I bounced through a few. I was gonna try and learn how to do Blender or Unity or something, but at the end of the day, that fell through. I'll explain later. But, for now, I put together a new character bio. Creative writing,
Interesting.
Yeah.
And don't worry, I've dealt with the monster called Blender long and hard enough. This is literally why I want to learn what Amy already achieved, because that way I can just look at Blender, show it a ginormous middle finger, and then never touch it again unless I want to work on my model that I want to use for VR chat. Otherwise, I don't want to touch Blender anymore. I hate it. Trust me, it is a monster, and people that just do Blender models for fun scare me.
They scare me too.
Eden! What quest
Like-
did you choose?
I was tempted to do Blender, and then I decided that I could not be bothered because it's Blender.
Smart.
I used to make lots of Blender stuff. Like I went to school for it. So, and in my opinion, like it is a lot easier to make stuff that looks good, but boy is it like just a grueling bitch of a task, you know? It's like you get a lot out for what you put in, but you gotta put a lot in, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas like art there, you've got a steady progression of just the more like traditional art, like so to speak, like where it's like 2D art, you put in the more work you put in, just the better you will become. Whereas like with Blender, I feel like it's just all peaks and valleys. So I decided I could not do that. Also, for quite a while, I was operating with only a single arm, and you definitely need 2 arms for Blender.
Oh yeah, the amount of
Yeah,
keys.
Eden broke her arm. What's your excuse?
But I ended up by taking a more simple task of just practicing drawing for like just fun and not really with purpose or like anything, like just practicing for practice's sake, so that like my learning curve was learning that I don't have to, like I can just draw and not need a finalized end product that I'm happy with. I can just draw to
Yeah, so you were more in the market
Get better at
to,
drawing.
you were more in the market to just build habits, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
yes.
What is very
That
important
is
as an
very much
artist.
what I was doing.
What is very important as an artist, don't be like Maho, who is like 90% of the artwork she starts, she wants to have them as final rendered pieces. Don't be like me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good. We will do it reverse this time. Amy, question. No, wait, me. Wait, I forgot me. I forgot that I could.
Hold on a second, I've been conned.
Wait a second.
Maho also tried to do Blender and then quit.
No, I actually.
I suppose we should start with Amy, because I'm the only person who didn't start with Blender and then quit.
I didn't even
Yeah.
touch Blender. I have PTSD from Blender, so I've been avoiding Blender for a while now because I have a commission to finish and it's still not finished. I'm very sorry, Mika. Trust me, I'm going back to it. I'm getting over my fear soon. So the main focus I did for this talk show was making an animation. Because I always wanted to like try out to do like little animations, aka animatics, because I just thought they would do well on social media, and I just thought this is cool and I really like watching those things. So if I can do them myself, I can actually produce the content I would enjoy. But also something I just want to share because it just like happened to be created in the same in the same time, and also is a new thing I learned was YouTube thumbnails, like fully drawn YouTube thumbnails, and like getting faster in simple drawings. So Amy, now we can come back to you. Question number 2: why did you choose this quest? You already told us because like your license, but are there other reasons you picked this quest specifically?
Yeah, the reason I picked this quest now was because of the license, but like I've always wanted to do Live 2D. I think it's just like a really good way that, because I've always been about making my own assets for stream. I make all of my own emotes, I make my own overlay, and it's annoyed me for the longest time. Like, I love the model you made me, but it's annoyed me for the longest time that basically the only thing left is the actual VTuber model, the thing that everybody sees when they come into the stream. So that's like the one thing that I've wanted to self-make for the longest time. And I just keep putting it off because I don't know if any of you have ever looked at Live 2D, but my god, is it a complex program. I don't think it's quite in the realm of Blender, but the way this model moves, I imagine there's probably a question about this later, but like the way this model moves is I have got probably about 150 art layers here. And I have to tell them how to move at every single point and every single input I could give them. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Because if you've got like 20 inputs and 150 layers, that's like 150 times 20 combinations. And that's without taking into account the fact that they are sliders.
Oh yeah, like that's the reason I'm too scared right now. Like I just want to learn how to draw live 2D models, and then I want to try to rig them, and if I get scared, also poop. Hi Eden, welcome in the YouTube chat. Like
Hello.
I'm scared, like I could just like try to learn it, you know, crunch down. Like I figured out and taught myself with a lot of YouTube tutorials how to use Blender, so I could be able to learn how to do a live 2D model. But what I could also do is just do the art, try to learn how it works, decide that this is not the thing I want to do, take money, throw it at Amy, and be like, here Amy, I will help you with the rigging part. I will do a part of it and you will do a part of it, and I pay you for the part you do so I don't have to do everything. Please save me.
Yeah. One thing I will say about Live 2D is the main thing that I learned while I was making the model is probably the most complicated part of it is when you're doing the art itself, because you need to be able to see ahead and think about like where all the pieces are going to go in all of the combinations and what the art needs to look like in order to accomplish that. Like I've found like problems like with the parameters and the meshes and the moving that I can very easily solve within the confines of Live 2D. But the more problematic stuff is where like the original art isn't fit for purpose, so I need to like go back and fix that. Like for example, I'm not sure if you can see it, but if I turn my head like all the way to the right, there's a gap in the back of my hair. That like, there's no way I can fix that within Live 2D. I need to just go back and change the model mesh. At the top of my fringe, you can see where it clips into my hair. I thought ahead with that, and I thought, oh, if I just blur the line there, it'll be fine, and I can make that look like it's one part. No, that didn't work. I need to go back and change that as well.
Also, hi Mitch, bye Mitch.
But it's very much like, if you want to learn to do the art for it, I would very much suggest at least getting a basic understanding of the rigging, because literally this is a practice model. The point of making this was so I could go into my full model with all of the tools and knowledge I need, and I now know exactly how I need to draw my full model to get everything I want out of it.
Yeah. Could I? Why did you choose this quest? Like you had multiple attempts, so like just like start why you wanted to start a certain quest, even if it didn't work out. Like why did you intended to start it?
Well, I mean, I wanted to learn. Oh, well, I mean, to be honest, I wanted to learn Blender and Unity and how to actually put a VR chat model together. Hopefully, do that. You know.
I mean,
Well,
that's
I can.
super cool.
Yeah.
It's a good like program to learn, and like there's lots of jobs just using Blender now. So
Unity is one of those really good just catch-all tools to have, because like most things need 3D modeling nowadays.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Unity is good for like if you want to game develop something in 3D. Like I developed the game in Unity with a little bit of help and stuff. But let's just say I wish I had this game still laying around just to show people how shit it was.
Yeah, we all start somewhere.
But for like a game that
s-
was made in 2 weeks, it was pretty good.
That's the thing. Nobody
Yeah.
expects like game jam games to be amazing. They just expect them to be something. And like, as long as they're something, that's the most impressive part of it. because you made this in 2 weeks. You know, that's the point. We're not
should
making
do a game
Skyrim
jam.
here. We're making something quickly.
Weebs do game jam. Let it go hard. Because that'd be cool. Mini
No,
quest.
we would all fight over who does the art assets, and then one poor fucker's gonna have to design the entire game and scripts and mechanics.
I did for when I was in uni, I did game development. This was literally one of the first big projects they gave us. We had to design and program a little game, and then we had to showcase it. And I went really hard on just designing a bunch of different game concepts, and the girl I had to work together with, I just let her decide which one she wanted to do, and then we programmed it. I know how to do it. I hated every second of it that was not involving the creative process of coming up with ideas and things. The programming was the hard thing. But
I'm gonna age myself here, but when I was at school, we didn't even have Unity. We used fucking our game design course was in Flash. That's how fucking long ago
No.
my game
Amy,
design knowledge was.
Amy, I had to program a game in Java.
We used RPG Maker.
RPG Maker is a blast. If it wouldn't be that expensive, I would love to just make an RPG Maker game. Okay, note to self, maybe future Weebs quest, let's make a game together as a group project kind of thing. Because if we all try to make a game on our own, it will end with oh, so this is the start of a game, so you can press exactly one button. Or we would all
Just
go,
don't-
Yuzu, help us, you know how to make games. Make this for me. I will copy your homework. I will make sure it looks different.
We just steal users' code and then add art to it.
Yeah.
In the end.
Okay.
Legitimately, that's how game design works. One person doesn't learn everything. You get different teams to do it. We can be the art team, and then Yuzu can fucking pull all of her hair out trying to figure out how to use our massively clashing art assets.
Yeah.
Just don't use any of my old ideas for games, especially the one I submitted for my fucking my university project, because you'd both kill me if you found out what it was.
Was it just a hentai puzzle game?
No, it was a bullet hell game, just your old game where you are a ship and you shoot upwards at an enemy. Except it was a story game, and then
it's a
it was
tree
only
game. I remember you explained that game to me, and I was so upset
Did
that
I?
you never finished it. Yeah, it was that you would choose a trade, and then at the end you had to fight, and there were so many options at the end, and you never programmed all the options in.
Yeah, no, I only got, I think, 16 or so of them, the paths finished. Basically, there were, I think, 8 bosses, and you did 3 levels. So you would choose a boss, and then you'd beat them, and it would give you an item. You'd choose a second boss, you'd beat them, and it would give you an item. And then you'd choose a third boss, you'd beat them, and it would give you an item. And each one changed how your power-ups, but it also changed the endings. And the final boss was a mixture of all 3 bosses beforehand, and you can imagine that with 3 sets of 8 and 3 sets of 3 items, I think there was at least 360 different endings that I had to come up with, and I only finished 16.
It's still
That's
impressive.
when you get to that sort of stuff, that's when you just branch some of the endings into each other.
Oh yeah, it was very loosely Undertale inspired. So it was
Why would
a
You
bunch
can-
of pixel art.
You can get around that sort of stuff with having just maybe 16 to 32 endings, and then rather than being hey, if you took item B, then item C, then item A, you get ending 432. You can just be hey, if you took item C at some point after item A and fought boss 2. then that unlocks ending 16.
Yes, but each boss dropped 3 unique items, not each pass. Like there were like 8 bosses that all dropped 3 items, and then the next boss would be a different set of 8 that dropped 3 different ones, and then a different set of 8 that dropped 3. So there was no chance to get the same items twice ever.
Yeah, I feel like if
'Cause
you
I was
wanted to
stupid.
have like that amount of endings, you'd have to do like procedurally generated ones.
ChatGPT, help me, help me.
You're probably better off going like something like Silent Hill's got multiple endings. You don't get 4,000 endings depending on what exact street you walked on. You just like can get the dog ending if at some point you picked up the dog key.
Yeah.
Like
I think
most
it was
endings of the most runs of the game will have the same ending. But if you go out of your way to do certain things, then you can get a different one. That's probably your best option.
I won't go into. We can go into it more later, but yeah, it was interesting.
I feel like it's a really cool premise. The like a roguelite story builder sort of thing.
Hmm.
Like whatever build you beat the boss with depends on what ending you get. It's just a really neat concept. I like that.
Hmm. Yeah, I wanted Eden to continue this at some point because I just really liked the concept. It sounded really great. Talking about Eden, why did you choose this quest that you choose, like the practicing your art? What was your driving reason?
I lack confidence in all areas of my life. Just speaking, this is difficult for me. So drawing a single line on a piece of paper also sucks. But so it was, yes. So it was more just about like not putting as much pressure on myself, I guess. It was about learning that like it's okay to not be perfect from the get-go. It's okay to like have the arm look just fucked up and be fine and upload it. And it's about just trying. I like the biggest thing for art is the more you do with it, the better you get. But if I don't do any, I'm not going to get better. So it was learning to allow myself to actually practice, which I tried to do.
Yeah, that is very valid. For me, like again, like I like to consume animations and animatics. That's just like a type of content I just really enjoy. And as an artist, like I did animations before, like I made an animated logo for Easy and Amy, and like just like the comparison between Easy and Amy is like insane because Easy has way cooler animations, because that's when I finally understood how frame by frame animations work. I also have like a couple, one, two, like at least like for example the sleeping Maho that I have. It's a very simple frame by frame animation of just like mono, just like tail wiggling, but it's like a cute animation. And
it's just like a skill that you've started and want to like actually push and see what you can do with it.
Yeah, like the thing where I actually start, like I knew how to do frame by frame animation, and I hated frame by frame animation because it is a very, very tedious work. Especially because you have to have every frame drawn out to get an animation to work if it's frame by frame. So you would have like different parts of the animation that move, and then you would have to figure out the rhythm, how all those different part moves, and then you have to like merge them all together into single frames. And this is a lot of layering work that is very, very easy. And like I used GitHub back then, and Git is like, trust me, like if you know what you're doing, it works. But if you just try to get something done, you want to rip your hair out. And Clip Studio Paint, also had an animation function. So I just thought, oh, maybe this has like new functions I didn't had in GIMP. It maybe has something new I can try and learn. I learned.
It's got so many features, including one that rips your hair out for you.
Yeah, like it has a lot of features that makes it way easier to understand how animation works. The whole layering thing is a God-given gift that I would want to smooch someone for, and like not having to draw all the separate layers in a different program and then put them into the new one, but you can all do them in one program is really nice. And then I realized that Clip Studio Paint, the version I have, is not able to do anything for me, because you need like to buy a DLC for Clip Studio Paint to get the full package of animation settings, and I don't have that. So I got 24 frames I can do one animation with. I don't have the sliding option where you can just like have something slide across the screen and it will just animate this for you. And it also don't have like the features I was hoping for, like something similar to Live 2D where you can like deform certain things. And new like Eclipse Studio Paint feature is that this is there, but you have to buy the update for this. Couldn't buy the update yet. So
the more I go into Live 2D, the more I'm tempted to go into Live 2D animation.
yeah, like I definitely want to like look into this more. But for now I used Clip Studio Paint and I managed to make an animation. It is definitely not the animation I put into my storyboard, but it's certainly an animation.
One thing I will say, if you're going to consider Live 2D for it, if the fact that you can't buy the Clip Studio Paint DLC is the limiting factor, Live 2D is probably not the way you want to go.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is a much more expensive program than the Clip Studio Paint is.
Oh yeah,
to the point where like I've got 20 days to finish this model and possibly my next one, you know?
Oh yeah, don't worry. It's more of a right now this is like not too big the part of like things I enjoy to do that I want to like buy an extension for it specifically. Like I will use I want to finish this animation, this like animatic story at some point. And after I finished it and I noticed I enjoyed doing that, I maybe consider buying the extension, because then I would use it more often. If I do it just like once because I wanted to try it and I will not continue doing it, I don't see a reason to buy the extension. For clips for Live 2D, it's the same. Like I will try to draw a model and I will use the 1 month free trial to figure out if I can learn rigging. If I noticed, okay, rigging is hard, but it's not as difficult as Blender is for me, then I will consider investing into this program because I will use it. If I noticed, oh shit, this is giving me like Blender PTSD, I don't want to use this ever again, then I will, like not buy it.
My experience with Live 2D is like the further I've gone with it, the more it's clicked. So it's taken me like maybe 20 days to get to this point now. I estimate if I were to start a new model, it would probably take me about 3 or 4 to get to this point now if I actually sat down and worked on it. It's got a really tight learning curve, but once you've got it, you've got it.
I hope that's the same for me, because I look at how I play video games and look at the learning curve I have there, and it's not good. For the thumbnails, actually, like I was like, I've been pestered by people to finally upload on YouTube, multi-stream on YouTube, and especially like I have from last year Halloween, I have like gameplay footage of like me playing horror games, and I would like recommend it. Hey, do the upload the horror games. People love tiny women scream about big monsters, and
Coming soon to a fantasy stream near you.
yeah, and I was just like thinking about it and like how I wanted to look like, and when I was watching Spilled Ink, that is a co-op channel from Didus and Amarichu. and like they do every episode, they do like some traditional art and or like something creative like together. Sometimes they get experts on it. Sometimes they recently went to like an actual animation studio and got from someone that makes the animation script there, like tutoring how to do it. And they also made an episode about thumbnails. They were like collecting thumbnail ideas for the future videos. And I just like really loved that the thumbnails from Spilled Ink were all drawn. And I just really like this because when I scroll through things, yes, of course the thumbnail faces are like a thing that are drawn, like, you know, like get attention, but like the hand-drawn thumbnails, especially from animation YouTubers and stuff, and even just like in general, like fully drawn thumbnails in a way are just like so much more like capturing for me personally. Like when I scroll through YouTube and I see like a fully drawn thumbnail, this is like giving me like the feeling of there's work put into this. And because it's just not a thumbnail face with like a character next to it, but actually like, oh yeah, this is like the VTuber drawn and they have like this super exaggerated pose because they're scared or whatever. It's like, oh, that is actually interesting. I maybe don't watch the video, but at least stops me to hold in for a moment and look at the thumbnail. And the same goes for like Lavender Town. She's also an artist, an art YouTuber that I really like, and I just like really enjoy how the drawn thumbnails look, and that's why I wanted to try it out myself. Hey Maho, I've got you on quiet in the background while I do stuff. Oh, thank you, Remedy. You're very welcome. I highly recommend that when we get to the end of the stream, you maybe just like peek onto your phone or your PC for a moment, because then we will actually show off what we did. But until then, just enjoy listening. But yeah,
apart from me, who just dropped the ball early.
Yeah, but like yeah, I just really admire this like extra step of work that just like, in my opinion, pays off, because those thumbnails are like more colorful and more vibrant, and usually also like giving more personality than just you know, like a screenshot of a VTuber face going oh wow. So
Oh, what?
yeah, so I just wanted to try this out, so I just did some sketches and suddenly I realized this is actually not that bad. And Amy just screwed. What the fuck did you just do, Amy?
Oh, I didn't realize that would change it. I just moved my window. I'm good. Let me put it back. There you go.
Oops.
Okay. Next question. Amy, how difficult was this quest for you? You can say it on a scale from 1 to 10, or you can just describe how difficult it was.
There've been a lot of trials around this. Like the main issue I've had with it hasn't actually been linked to Live 2D. I've just been like not in a great place, like mentally, over the past month. But like having something to come back to and something to dedicate myself to, like pulled me out of it a lot earlier, I think. So the actual Live 2D was both easier and harder than I expected, because I watched a lot of 2D like tutorials before I started, and I was expecting it to be incredibly difficult going in, and then I watched these tutorials and I was like, oh, this looks incredibly easy. Turns out it's a nice middle ground between the two. You know, when you watch someone who's very good at something do a 10-hour project in 10 minutes because they've managed to like put some to time-lapse it, it looks easy. And then when you get into it, it's not. They're just incredibly good at it. But like I said earlier, like the more I do in Live 2D, the better I get at it and the quicker I get at it. Like the hair animation that I've got on this model at the moment, it's incredibly basic, but it was done in 5 minutes. Because I wanted the hair to sway before I actually exported it. So I just incredibly lazily like applied a hair sway to it. On all like the basic keyframes that need them. But something like that, like, if I'd have done that 20 days ago at the start of the model, just this amount of hair sway probably would have taken me like 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, I can see that. Like I watched a lot of, like, I was in your streams as a co-star, or watched your streams when you struggled with Live 2D. So I saw like your work process, and I was very admiring your dedication.
One thing that surprised me, it's a lot more of an artistic process than I expected. I thought it was literally just going to be a case of moving parts around and setting up the parameters, and a lot more similar to coding. But in order to make it look like the better parts of it, in my opinion, are the ones where I understood the 3D space better. Because you need to like move it at each parameter. All of these are just 2D shapes that have been warped, so you need to have the artistic knowledge to know like how the snout is going to look when it's pointed this far to the right and this far to the left and all the way up. And like the ears, for example, I struggled a lot with the ears because like I could not figure out how to get them done in 3D using only the 2 layers that I've got. So I think that the most difficult part of it, well, again, was the artist part of it, was the art, was figuring out where the parts need to go, not figuring out how to get them there, you know?
That is very interesting. I will be very like interested in just to see what I have to do in the future, and I'm scared.
I think I would suggest to like anybody learning Live 2D is before you do anything in Live 2D, draw like your head XY angles. Draw how you want it to how you want them to look when they're like up in the corner like this. Draw them how you want them to look when they're down in this corner. Because like this snout took me absolutely forever.
Well, you just like went hard mode because you wanted to make a furry model instead of a human model. That is surprising. Like not by a big margin, but definitely easier.
Yeah, there's one tutorial I found literally just like used the Clip Studio Paint modeling tool because it was for an anime head. So they were like, all right, the first thing you're going to want to do is get a screenshot of an anime head pointing this way. The next thing you're going to want to do is get a screenshot of an anime head pointing this way. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you work out your angles beforehand, work out what they need to look like, then you can figure out what you need to make the base parts look like, and you can figure out how they need to move when you're in the program.
Yeah.
But like I said, actually moving them to that point in the program is easy enough. It's making them look good when they're there that's the problem.
You
Yeah,
make
lot
me
more of an artistic process than I expected.
That's surprising, but makes me a bit happy because artistic things are things I can easier grasp than programming things.
Yeah, like I said, if you can figure out just like how the face is supposed to look at this angle, then you've done 3/4 of the work already, you know?
Could I?
Yes.
Okay. Why can I hear you? Now it's gone. It still showed that you were muted, so I was like, how can I hear Kudai when he's muted? That was weird for a second. How difficult was the quest you picked?
Well, the one I initially picked, slamming my head into a wall sounded like a more fun idea. But it's simply.
Yeah.
I didn't actually do that, by the way. I'm just saying.
Yeah, did you actually touch any of Blender? Did you like look at any
I did.
tutorials?
I did. I tried my best, but it was like reading hieroglyphics or attempting to.
That's completely fair.
Yeah.
And even when I started to understand, it was like, I don't get it. Look it up. There is nothing on this part that I need. What?
Yeah, like I know that too well. I have like there are like especially things that have to do with like programming and stuff are like my kryptonite. Like that's the part where I just like someone can explain it to me and I will look at them like you know my head is playing elevator music. Like I listened, I tried to understand, and at the end of the sentence I understood as much as I understood in the beginning. Like I get this feeling very well. A lot of things that we want to try out at some point. They feel like, oh, this is a great idea, until you actually try it and you realize how hard they are. But how
That's
about...
the problem with learning things is that like a lot of the resources out there aren't catered to each individual learning style. Like
Yeah.
I managed to go so far with this because I am a visual learner. I learn by doing, I learn by seeing, and I managed to find a lot of like really good free resources that I found a good like free example of a snout from Cutie Dragon. I found like there are a lot of like free tutorials on YouTube, and that is like how I learned. So I was incredibly lucky in that aspect.
Yeah. But about the thing that you actually did at the end, like how difficult was that?
Oh, the actual when I finally got around to like, you know what, I should just make another character and discuss that, and
Yeah,
it
so
was actually not that hard considering just before I finalized the decision with myself, I was like, I had started getting a bit of an idea in the works. So
that's great.
So since you did something that like you've already done a few times, I'm curious, did you do anything different this time? Did you like apply any new techniques to it?
For one, I actually wrote it down for a change instead of just having it in my head.
I am
you're
very
typing
guilty of
actually
that.
doing it.
No.
Yeah,
No. No. Amy, you're talking.
Oh no, I say that with all the love in my heart. I understand that completely. I was a writer as a teen. I am fully aware that like there's a world of stories in my head that are not on my computer because I just could not get around to it.
Yeah, but in real talk, I decided to write a furry character for once, like a full-blown furry character.
Ooh.
So
You have my interest.
No. He can't.
Don't ruin it. This doesn't happen often.
No, he can share about this later. It was the question was only about how difficult it was.
yeah.
And how difficult are furries?
So
Very.
actually, making the character really wasn't that difficult, but that's because I do admittedly have experience doing it quite a bit. But I would like to more use this to share, what it's like
Mm-hmm.
to go through my head and make a character. So, because I know there are people who do struggle with writing characters and making characters, and having them be,
One thing
feel
I always
like
used to,
people.
one thing I always used to enjoy doing when I was making a character is I just had a list of 100 questions that I just applied to every character I made. You don't have to go and answer like all 100 of them, but things like, hey, this character from this story that I was writing, like, when's their birthday? I don't know. Let me go and fucking figure it out,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You actually did that together with me for a character once, where we just like went through a bunch of questions and tried to find answers together.
Yeah, just like something as simple as like, are they religious? Okay, I don't know if they're religious. What if they're not? What does that tell me about their character? Why are they not religious? Are their parents religious? Is it do they want to like go against their parents because their parents are religious? Oh, are they a rebellious character? Just the domino effect from that is just really good for character building, I find.
The urge to talk about Becky right now, because that's what all I did yesterday.
Is Becky religious?
Surprisingly no.
She prays at the temple of your thighs, Amy.
I
Well,
did
as long as she prays the knees, I'm fine.
I did a surprisingly a lot of like fashion research yesterday, and of like culture research regarding gyarus and different fashion styles of gyaru, and which style of gyaru was like a thing, to figure out why, like what Becky would wear, and then like the question in my brain, like asking myself, why is Becky a gyaru? If she's like, what is her personality? Like that's why I made the character sheet yesterday, because I was trying to figure out who Becky actually is. Okay, so she's like a little bit of a clown. She has low self-esteem and is making herself the butt of the joke to be not hated by others, but still has like a very unique clothing style. Why is that? Like I was like asking myself, or more or less Becky, the questions like, Why you look like it? Like you look like?
Why are you the way you are? I don't know. You fucking made me, bitch.
Yeah, like okay, so I was like, okay, question, like how much trauma is too much trauma for like a young adult woman? How much am I allowed?
No such thing.
It's gonna be for a magical girl campaign, so we're talking like Magica levels of trauma, or are we talking like fucking, you know, Neon Genesis levels of trauma?
You didn't watch Magical Girl side, and I highly recommend you not watch it because the first episode would, no, not the first episode. Half of the episodes would not be for your taste, Amy. Even though the show is good, it's more of a. It's like, okay, so how much bullying and how much like, you know, like trauma from like middle school are the reason that she's now the way she is in like high school? What did happen in middle school that she like changed into a clown? Why does she doesn't like herself?
Yeah, wonderful example of my point. It's like you started at, hey, she's Gyaru clothing, and ended up at, okay, but why? Where did that start? What happened to her at secondary school? What happened to her at primary school? What did her friends call her to, like, you know, what was the insult that her friends used that mocked her so that she had to like be different and stand out?
Yeah, like
You start at one place and end somewhere very different. It's a lovely process. I love it.
yeah, me too. That's why when Kidai was talking about it, it was just like, yeah, I like this process. Eden, how difficult was the quest you gave yourself?
Well, when I got the use of my arm back, it was easier.
No. We asked about how difficult the quest was, not how difficult the handicap you applied to yourself was. Literally, in this case.
Yeah.
I'm still surprised sometimes how you can manage to disable yourself this hard.
Or she just randomly DM'd me one day, like, so I broke my arm last night, it'll be fine, don't worry. I'm like, what? That's normal for you?
I mean, sleeping's dangerous. Not fun.
You should like sleep in a bed just made out of like cotton, like, you know, just like those cotton puffs, like you know how you would store a porcelain doll. That's what your bed or your room should look like.
Sleep in a bed of bubble wrap.
Yeah.
Styrofoam
I would
peanut.
not be able to sleep. It'd be 8 a.m. and just the bed would be popped. I finally found the last one. I can sleep now. Man, it is uncomfortable.
Do we use non-toxic hacking peanuts or the toxic type? Either way, I'm eating them.
I have chips right now that have the same consistency as packing peanuts. I was never so happy in my life that I could eat them because I could never eat packing peanuts because, you know, they're poisonous and you're not allowed to eat them, and they have the same consistency.
Bring your own food to Germany.
Bring your own tea. We can buy food here.
Like, yeah, don't worry about it, Amy. We'll supply you with the food. Okay, is it going to be made of fucking polystyrene? Because I think I'll bring my own, thanks.
I love my mom, you know. She makes sure I don't eat packing peanuts because my intrusive thoughts tell me to. Okay, Eden, about your quest, and aside from the arm, how difficult was it?
It varied day to day. Sometimes I was able to just like put pen to tablet and draw quite a few things, and some days I wasn't able to draw anything. Quite often I would just sit in a VC with Amy and watch something, and I would draw just little doodles on the side, and that was good, but it was. I've been in a lot of pain lately, so it's been hard. I can't really sit at my desk for more than 2 hours, but then I realized 2 hours is like a good amount of art to do.
Yeah.
So if I just do 2 hours of art a day, and if I can only do an hour some days, and if I can't do an hour some days. At least I've got maybe 6 hours of art done a week. You know, if I only aim to do one project for 2 hours and then stop, then I can make 3 projects.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is.
that's one thing. Like when I was talking to my therapist about like my reservations that I like can't stream for 8 hours anymore. Like I can't do art for 8 hours, and it pisses me off because of my wrist. And she just looked at me like, 8 hours is like your standard 9 to 5 job. Like most people don't fucking draw for 8 hours. Like 2 hours is an impressive drawing session for most people, and you're sitting here like complaining that like you're lamenting your life that you can't do 3 times what other people will do. Like set more realistic boundaries, girl.
Yeah, like the other thing is like, especially like with the 8-hour workday, especially as like an artist or streamer or VTuber, whatever you are as a content creator, your life doesn't, like your workday doesn't stop after an 8-hour stream. You have before the stream prep time, you have time where you do social media work, you have time where you do research on certain topics. Like literally before a stream, watching a tutorial is not just like a private matter for you, it is like a work preparation you do. And then suddenly you see you didn't work 8 hours a day, you sometimes work 14 hours a day because all the other things you do on the side, before the stream, after the stream, sometimes you multitask during a stream, like doing art and streaming, like you do way more work than, the average 9 to 5 person does. Someone that goes to a 9 to 5 jobs, goes to the office, works there, drinks their coffee, and when they go home, they don't bring their work back home. We content creators, we do that. So
I think this stream is the perfect example of that. We are 55 minutes into this stream. We've been sitting in a VC since 6, doing prep work for it.
Yeah, like me for example, like on YouTube, you maybe have saw it. I drew like in 1.5 hours, 2 hours roughly. I drew a thumbnail for this stream because I realized, shit, I forgot to make like a thumbnail template for the talk show, and I didn't like the like puzzle together thing I had previously. So I just like sit in the VC, was like briefing people on what they did, like planning things out. Since after dinner, I did like social media work this morning when I woke up. I wrote the questions for the talk show. I made sure that the thing I wanted to show is like functioning and stuff. So like, healthy advice to everyone, especially if you're an artsy kind of person. Don't be like Amy. Don't put an 8-hour tag on your work progress. It is okay sometimes to just do half an hour of art per day. You have to remember that your health comes first, and burning yourself out over something you actually like to do is not good. Of course, it is admirable if you can do 4 to 8 hours of art in a day. But it also means that you should, after this time, you should not touch a fucking pen for the rest of the day to rest your wrist, or at least.
Yeah, like 4 2-hour sessions of art will generally get you a lot more art done than 1 8-hour session of art.
Yeah, because you're more concentrated. You had better times to break in the middle. You had a little bit of time between those sessions, so it's easier for you to see mistakes you maybe made. Because after a while, you don't see your own mistakes anymore. You get tired. You stare at a piece for too long, so maybe you start to hate it because you stare at it for 8 hours. And then suddenly, like, you come back the next day and be like, why did I want to fix something here? Like, I circuited it last night and made an error say fix it, and now I stare at it and I don't see what I need to fix.
Yeah, like this live 2D model is the perfect example. Like this specific snout angle, I spent about 3 hours on and decided, fuck it, I'll come back in the morning and fix it. I came back in the morning, I couldn't see what the problem was. So this is what I ended up with. This cost me 3 hours.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's why it's okay to like take times and like decide for your health reason to say like 2 hours is enough or 4 hours is enough. And sometimes when you have a bad day, half an hour is even enough. Fuck it, even if you don't have a day where you can do it, well, then this is a, you know, a health day. This is also important for your productivity to take days off, right, Amy?
Not me, no, I never take a day off.
Yeah, that's your problem. Okay. For me,
I mean, unrealistic. Unironically, yeah, that is my problem. I work for far too long, and then it just compounds itself, and then I take 2 weeks off.
yeah, like that's why you
You've
should.
been doing better by mixing in Balatra.
Yeah, but still, she should like actually like especially like step away from her PC from time to time, like lay on a bed and just like watch something. Like you should definitely like get like a sketchbook, Amy. I don't care that like paper sketches don't look as good as your PC sketches. If you feel like you want to draw something or you feel like you should be drawing something and this is your free day, take your freaking sketchbook, open a new page, doodle in the idea you have, make some notes on the side, so if you cannot decipher anymore in the morning what you actually tried to do, you have like notes that tell you what you tried to do, and then you can like go to your PC and just like redraw the sketch or take a screenshot from take a photo of the sketch, put it in your PC, and then just like use this as the first sketch layer and just like make a little cleaner sketch layer on top of it. Take breaks. Like I drew lesbians last night just because I wanted to do a little bit of art and I felt like I didn't do much work recently. And they look awful because I drew that on paper and I wasn't really using reference or anything. But I did drew lesbians. So it's fine. For me, the difficulty was...
I drew lesbians, so it's fine. Hold on, I'm going to the coach channel. You said it so sadly as well, but I drew lesbians, so it's fine.
The difficulty for like the animation was... It was certainly like a thing to figure out. I had to use like a tutorial to help me, but I only used one tutorial and just like the rest was like common sense and try and error. The thumbnails, they were way easier than I thought they could ever be, and I was very scared because I was like going so well. I was like questioning myself over this. This was scary. Question number 4. Did you use any help to work on your quest, Amy?
No, I did it entirely myself without the assistance of any of my friends or any YouTube tutorials or any free assets whatsoever. Eventually, my sarcasm's going to get me shot. I used a lot. I used a lot of resources. I'd like to give a massive shout out to Cutie Dragon. If any of you are looking like into doing Live 2D, I highly recommend heading over to Cutie Dragon's Ko-fi because she has got a lot of free resources on there. And almost all of those resources have got corresponding YouTube tutorials that you can look at, and she explains why she did everything and what everything she did. I also went through several video tutorials. Most notably, the main one I've used is from a YouTuber called Chupuko, who is like one of the original like Live 2D creators. This is I've complained excessively to Maho and Eden about this, but in the last 2 years, basically everybody has stopped making Live 2D tutorials. In that time, there have been 2 updates to the program which introduced massive new features. So a lot of the tutorials I followed were out of date, but they were good enough to get me the basics. And there is like a lot of really good YouTube tutorials for the Live 2D creator community that I can recommend.
What I would advise you in the future, instead of like you looking just straight for tutorials, look for some ones like I start to learn Life 2D like now, like my journey to learn like to make a Life 2D model. There's one
Annoyingly,
VTuber like
those like I went through a few of those. There are like a lot of like detailed like 2D like tutorial creators, and then there were even more. Hey, the Live 2D trial license is 42 days. I made a VTuber in 42 days. I found like a lot of those didn't go into the process so much because they literally say at the start of the tutorial, I'm not going to go into the process of this too much because there are a lot of better tutorial makers out there. They're linked in the description, which is exactly the right way to do it. But like those videos in particular gave me a good overview of the process, but didn't actually teach me anything about it.
yeah. But like usually they're more up to date, so watching them could give you an idea of, oh, I use this tutorial, but since this update, I can do just this, and then I can just skip this part. That's why I say you could maybe look at them, especially the relatively new ones, because then like even if they don't go into the process and link a tutorial, the chance of like this new update being mentioned is there.
Yeah. I think blend shapes is probably like the most pressing example of that. That is like a huge new feature in Live 2D 5, I think they introduced it. Which basically means that it is a deformer that you can move, so you can move a certain part, but only when other values are at certain parts. So, for example, like I can have a blend shape that only moves my tongue out when my mouth is open, stuff like that. Those are like some of the most useful features of Live 2D, and there is exactly one tutorial on YouTube about blend shapes.
I am well versed in blend shapes because I also use blend shapes for VTuber model. Like the facial expressions, all you see, those are or the toggles I do are all different blend shapes. So if so that's why this term was immediately like ringing a bell for me. I use blend shape.
Amy starts talking about blend shapes, and Maho goes, "No, make it stop."
I work like in Unity on blend shapes. That's like how I have customized facial expressions, how I can hide and show different different things, and how I could even make like simple animations and have them like do things. Those are all work with blend shapes.
Yeah, like one way I found to implement blend shapes is, I'm not sure how obvious it is in the model, but when I turn to this side specifically, my fringe goes further out. That is using a blend shape, because if it doesn't, it clips with my snout. When I come back this way, it's at a more normal position, but I've just got that set to the head angle XY. That pushes it further, the further like that way I am, and that's just one useful way to use it.
That is very useful. Good eye. Did you use any help to work on your quest?
Only the help of my past experiences, so I guess no, not particularly.
That's completely fine. This is.
Did you use any help for your past experiences? Like, how did you originally like go into like character modeling? Did you take inspiration from things? Or did you look at how other people did it?
Not modeling.
Sorry, like character design concepts. Yeah, my bad. That was my terminology.
But
I'm still in Live 2D mode. I'm sorry.
Over the years, I've had various friends kind of help me shape and craft and improve myself, point out the flaws that I used to have with my characters, and then, I'd give them another go, retry, remaster, until they felt right, until they felt like people, Because, starting out way back when, it was the generic, like, kind of OC for power fantasy and whatnot, Of course, we've all been there. I'm sure some of us have been there, right?
Oh god, yeah, my first character in any story was literally just myself, but as a girl. That probably should have told me something at the time, shouldn't it?
Probably. But then from there, it evolved. My style evolved, it changed, I was inspired by the people around me, and they all helped me improve, and I really grew into my own. And now I have lots of different characters, lots of different personalities, and yeah, they all have their own unique stories, their own goals, their own wants and desires, their own way of doing things. Some are, smart masterminds. Others are just, loud and charge into battle, Leroy Jenkins style, whatnot.
I think.
That's my favorite thing I've ever done.
Ex-military, gamers, shut-ins, extroverts. I got a whole catalog here. And nowadays, I have a character for everyone, really. If you don't like one character, maybe you'll like another,
Yeah, it's good to get a nice variation of characters. You don't want them all to have same face syndrome, as the artists say.
Yeah,
One
now
goth
as a
girl
result,
that'll be mean to me.
I have 50, 60 characters at least.
My characters are in general tied to like stories, so it's less of I made the character, and now I try to find a story for them, and more of I made a story. I have like an idea of like the main cast, and now I just like continue work on this story. It continued to work on the characters to make them fit the world I set them in, and to fit like the to like make them like unique. Certainly some of my earlier works, even though I didn't wrote them down much, I still tried to have art for some of them. And even back then, like a lot of like my main characters like had like a lot of similarities, because I made the characters the way I enjoyed characters. So I based them like on things I saw in anime, or I based them on like things I enjoy. So a lot of my characters just liked art or liked music because those were things I enjoyed. And then like when I come back a couple years later to those stories, I'd be like, okay, let's take this cringe fest over here and like actually think about the characters a bit more again. Let's try to give them some more personality than, oh, those are a lot of things Maho likes.
Yeah. For me, how I go about it is, I make the character, I make their base story, like what the, I guess, canonical version of them would have as a story. But I do kind of leave them in a way where, if I want to place them in another world, I just reconfigure them a little bit, and I can plop them right in, right on in. Which
do you ever like tying back to the
led to
Sorry,
what? Which has led to multiple variations of a bunch of characters, each with their own different personalities on top of that. So I have variants of characters, and that is a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, so like tying back to the question a bit more, like getting help with it. Do you ever like are you ever watching something and you think, oh, that's a cool character? I can come up with like my idea of that. Like that gives me inspiration for like, oh, I'm watching Overlord now. Man, it'd be really cool to have a big demon king who's the leader of his guild and everyone's obsessed with him, but he's like earned his place there through dedication.
Oh yeah. I've had characters who are inspired by other characters, but then changed up, and then from there they evolved into their own characters with their own concepts. That, where it's only a hint of the inspiration that's left.
Yeah, like I don't
Like,
know.
I've even taken inspiration from some creepypastas as well for some of my darker characters, and then messed with it, changed it up, and boom, you have. I made some, admittedly, pretty demented characters, but they're still pretty fun to play with and enjoy,
One thing I really enjoy about doing art, and like I know Maho has picked this tradition up recently, is making a mood board. Just go and like finding a load of things to inspire you. Like you don't have to use everything, but here's just a general idea. Like I've got a Discord channel in a private Discord that has just got like 30 or 40 pictures of different anime nuns because I've got a nun character that I'm designing. And I just like, it's great to look through them and see like, hey, that's a cool aspect, I can take that. Or like, hey, I don't particularly like that large wimple, like maybe I'll make mine smaller,
Yeah, like the mood board idea didn't really like start with that, but usually I just started to have like, you know, like the 50 like Firefox tabs open while I doing art to like have like that was my mood board. But when I stopped that day, I just closed all of them unless I
That's
found
still
like
a mood board. That's just a mood board that your CPU fears.
yeah, yeah, like that was like usually like my attempt of like a mood board. I not always had a mood board for like every art I do. Like I sometimes just had like immediately an idea how this character was supposed to look like. Dina is a good example. Dina was like something I had in my brain immediately. I knew exactly how I wanted her to look like, so I didn't look at anything else. Evelyn was like heavily based on a photo I took of myself with like clothes I had like laying around. Like I knew what Evelyn was supposed to be, so I just like crafted Evelyn's outfit and then I made art of her. By the way, this jacket is a jacket I saw in a
Maho
retail
just went
store.
like, hey, I don't need a mood board, I am a mood board.
Yeah, like the pink jacket comes because I was like trying to figure out what Evelyn looks like, and then I remembered I saw this like pink fluffy jacket in a thrift store, and then suddenly this pink jacket became like her whole personality. So the next day I went to the thrift store to buy this jacket and it was sold already. And because it was a jacket from like 2 or 3 seasons ago, no store had this jacket anymore. I was like for days I was, no, not for days, for hours I went through like different stores to find a similar pink jacket. I have now a pink jacket, but it's not nearly the jacket I wanted her to have. And I'm so pissed at myself that I didn't buy this fluffy pink jacket.
Yes, Evelyn's jacket, much like No Game, No Life, will never get a season 2.
Oh, too soon.
Okay. Eden, did you use any help with your quest?
Yes, I sat in a call with her watching Doctor Who while she didn't work.
Yeah, tons of help. Yeah. I watched so many YouTube tutorials over the last like month, especially. I watched like a bunch of things on how to like find your own art styles and like tips and tricks for like doing different line weights and character design and stuff. So I can pull up my my YouTube history. And I think every third video at the moment is a YouTube tutorial.
Yeah, the Monochrome Joker channel is not sponsored by YouTube, but my god is it helpful.
Yeah,
Or rather, I should probably say the YouTube creators are helpful. YouTube themselves, I'm going to stop talking because we're not sponsored by YouTube, but we're hoping to be one day.
I'm live on YouTube, so
Yeah, but they're not giving you any money, are they? Anyway.
yeah, not yet. I'm still working on that.
Remember, if you want to help towards that goal, you can hit the subscribe button right now. It's completely free to you, and we need to get up to, I think it's 1,000 to begin monetization.
Yeah, make the subscribe button sparkle, my little sparks. You are the only one that can make it happen and make it shine.
Yeah.
I'm working on a better thing to say. Okay, I'm still trying.
Oh, I like that. It's better than the sort of stuff I do. Like, man, punch that YouTube subscribe button just as hard as you want to punch the CEO of YouTube. I'm getting thrown off the platform soon, aren't I? This is why there's a no politics rule on my channel.
There's one on mine too.
It's not on mine. Flood my comment section. That's why I never go live. That's the reason, right? Right.
Yeah, can you think of any like specific tutorials that were more helpful for you? Like any creators that you like watch like you know, oh, they've got a new video out, I've got to like go and watch it immediately, or was it just like a breadth of various ones?
It was very much a wide breadth. I used a couple to. I drew quite a few things trying to like learn the Pokemon, like not how to draw Pokemon, but how to draw like the characters. So I used quite a few of those tutorials. But as a more general thing, because that was only like a mini thing that I did for like 2 weeks. I watched a lot of Lavender Town, and I watched a lot of Bubs. Who they both have really unique art styles that I really like. And like some of the time I wasn't even like following the tutorials or really listening. I just had them on in the background so that like I could look over and look at something else being drawn in the process, and it kind of made me feel better about being in the process as well. Like when we do Made Dress Monday, I don't look at your canvases until like you guys say something about it, so I'm not really like focusing, because like I've got OBS. I've got your guys' canvases behind my OBS, so I can't see them. Because my tablet's for art, my other screen's for OBS.
I know, that's completely fine. I've got like 4 monitors and I don't have enough room to have everybody string plugged out.
Yeah. So, but like, I really like their styles, so it was also useful to like when I was struggling to like get out of the drawing to look a way that I liked. I could look at what they were drawing and not use their techniques, but I could just use that as like a subtle reference to like, you know what, I'm gonna draw these eyes on this character. It's not this. I'm not drawing everything in the same style, but it at least gives me some way to force myself to progress.
Yeah, I was pretty much the same at like the start of my Twitch journey when I was like really getting into art and streaming. I used to just go and just sit in other artists' chats, just to like spend time with them and see how they did things, and that was just really helpful to my process.
I personally really like Lavender Town's videos. I just enjoy like the weird ideas she comes up with, and like her unique art style, and like all her videos, even though they are art videos, are incredibly entertaining. So it's like you can listen to them, you can watch them, so you get like multiple stimulations from the video. It is similar to how you would watch a Let's Play. Like you watch the content because you're interested in it, and you're also interested in what she's saying because you're not only listening to music. She's usually like if she like picks like, oh, I draw lethal poisons as characters, she will talk about the history of those poisons and what design elements she took for her design, and what inspired her to use like those colors and stuff like this. So like you learn a little bit. You have like the visual aspect that you are always up to date with what she's saying. And it's not too long, so you don't sit there for 5 hours and she's explaining her process. It's like very snappy and short, and like in a good way stimulating, but not overstimulating. So I really enjoy her content style. Spilled Ink, because they learn themselves new skills and talk about certain processes. It's like really nice to just sit with them, and sometimes maybe just like do what they do. Like they highly recommend like, oh, we are doing now an entire stream where we just draw shoes because we suck at this, so we have to learn it. So they like, okay, we will fast forward this video here, but we don't do that today, so that way you guys can draw alongside with us and can try to like
I'd
learn.
like to take this opportunity to point out that my model is not wearing shoes, and no, you can't make me draw them.
Yeah, like I just like enjoy when like talented people just like come in and be like, okay, so let's show people that, you know, like we also have like a creative process that happens. And like especially Eden, who likes stylized art a lot. Lavender Town and like other like stylized artists are always a good draw of inspiration.
Mhm.
Because
I like to
God,
see the insanity in their eyes.
yeah,
you know?
like the like the scribbly part of like most my thumbnails are actually like from Lavender Town, because I really like how she makes the iris like all scribbly and like all wobbly for like insane characters, and I just really like that. It made the character like, you know, more expressive. And like
Yeah.
usually I cannot really take much from her art style because it's like extremely different from mine, and it would feel for me to like copying her art style than learning from it if I just like try to mimic it. But I just really enjoy her style in general.
Mhm.
I think she also
Yeah.
published a comic, and I kind of want to look at it at some point.
Yeah, a lot of her videos are like her going and like taking bits from her webcomic and then like redrawing them as she talks as examples, or like taking, you know, the character from the webcomic and then explaining why, you know, like what colors she chose for that character in that scene when she's talking about like color theory and stuff. So
Yeah.
you see it in practical use, but you also see her, she'll restart the piece that she's already finished just to explain it to us, kind of thing,
Yeah.
which I think is really good and really neat.
She's
Yeah,
also. Oh, please continue.
Sorry. I was just gonna say that like at the moment I'm watching about 3 tutorials a day, and every, I want to say, fourth one is a Lavender Town video. So
She also mastered the YouTube short tutorials. Like some people do it well. Like there are some Blender tutorials that are really snappy and good, but her art tutorial shorts are insanely good. Like I'm like every time I see a video, I'm like, oh my god, this is something Amy usually complains about. I have to resist the urge to just spam her with a bunch of like Lavender Town YouTube shorts. Because like, no, I would just tell Amy the next time she complains about it to just look it up herself. I don't need to, you know, like fill my DMs with her with tutorials. I already fill my DMs with her with, you know, fluff balls.
and she thanks you for it.
Yeah.
Amy
You
said
heard it
thank
here
you.
first, folks. Amy and Maho's DMs are entirely filled with balls.
With
You could have said
balls,
fluff.
Yeah, balls and pussies and a lot of
Jeez.
other things.
That's not the only help I got, I guess. I also used a lot of like not like singular image references, but I'd pull up a sheet of like 20 different faces where someone was just like doodling on a sheet, and then I would try and take aspects from like I would also make a sheet of doodles with some of those things, or it would be like 20 different styles of like eyes, and I would take 5 of them and I would try to recreate them or blow them up and do them bigger and more detailed, or it would be a bunch of poses and I'd choose a couple of poses just to sketch the poses without actually like putting anything on top of them.
Yeah,
Just
sketch
to, like-
sheets are a really good way to learn.
Yeah.
So
I
I used
should-
a lot of Pinterest sketch sheets.
Yeah. I should do more of that. Like I know I should like, you know, like put up my sketching and researching game, and not just like every time I do an art piece then start researching what I want to do. But at the same time, like I love like when I start doing a sketch, I can only do 2 type of sketches that only take me like around like half an hour and not much more. And then I can put them to the side and decide to finish them at some point or not, or sketches that will turn into full-blown pieces because I cannot put the fucking pen down. And now I'm too invested into the sketch. So...
Yeah, that's a habit I need to break, is just, like, wanting to finish everything.
yeah. Like...
And
that-
then the other habit I need to break is not being able to finish anything.
Yeah, like... I slowly start to like do sketches that I just put in a folder and be like, this is a doodle folder. This is like intended to doodle. If I want to go back on one of those pieces, I can, but I don't have to. And this is the, you know, work in progress folder, so get your freaking ass up and finish your fucking works, Maho! Do you know how many pieces are in this folder? Too many!
I need to make a work in progress folder so that way when I say I don't know what to draw, you guys can yell at me and go, how many things are in your work in progress? And I can go back
your
and...
brain. I've got like a 5 gigabyte work in progress folder.
Yeah,
The
'cause,
pain of an artist.
I've basically been living in my random doodles folder for the last month because I've just been doing random doodles to like help
Well-
progress, but like the other folders have so much like things where it's just a head, it's just like this first quarter of a line art done, and then I've abandoned it because I didn't like it, and I need to go back and finish them, especially
you-
like
You could make the thing.
now that I've improved since some of those ones that I've abandoned.
Yeah, like I made an abandoned folder now with like art pieces that I put off for multiple years now, and I decided them to be abandoned. I have a couple of art pieces in there that I feel I could like go back and just completely start from scratch again and make them better. Now that I have better ways for reference and everything. Well, there are just like pieces in there where like, yeah, I don't want to delete it because I put work into this, but also, yeah, not touching that again. Every time like I think about it, it gives me a headache. Also, enjoy your lurk, Sunny. For me, I like reference was like spilled ink and Lavender Town. Like I didn't just like went to the YouTube and stared at their thumbnails. I just like tried to remember the feeling I got from their thumbnails. I looked at a couple of them, but just like not while I was drawing for my thumbnail journey. And like the only other thing I did for like research was or for help I got was like reference pictures of Huggy Wuggy and like a little bit of reference how like over exaggerated fear chibis look like. And the rest was just like wing it. For the animation, I used exactly one YouTube video called Tutorial Animation in Clip Studio Paint in 5 minutes by Vecderk. This is like a really short and really snappy tutorial, but it just like goes straight to the point and not like much talk around it, so I could just like take a look. Okay, so this is how you use this function, this does this and this does this. If there are any more shiny functions, I will figure them out later. I never figured them out later. I think I didn't even had any other shiny functions than the ones I used.
That really illustrates like how different learning styles are. Like before I even opened Live 2D, I had already watched like 5 different like 4-hour long tutorial playlists on how to use Live 2D, so I had a rough idea of what I was getting into. And you're just like, yeah, I used like one 5-minute video. It was really helpful and it got me the basics, and I moved from there.
It's different from what I'm doing, but usually what I do is if I want to do something I don't know how to do, I go to Google or YouTube, depending on where to, and Google like for a tutorial, and then there are 2 options. If it has anything to do with VTubers, it's probably a Surian tutorial I will look for first because her tutorials are great, and then if I don't find a tutorial that she made, I look for other tutorials. For anything else, the first thing I do is find a tutorial that is as short as possible. that is because like I don't want to sit there for like 20 minutes and just hear them talk. Okay, now you can press this button. And then they talk for like another 20 minutes. And then they show me what to do next. I don't care what this button could all do. I want to see which line of work I have to do step by step to know what to do. And then like after I watch like the tutorial, sometimes I watch a tutorial until a certain point and then I stop and then I just immediately try to do it myself. And then like when I noticed, okay, now I don't know what to do anymore, or I don't remember what the tutorial said, I will go back. Like I can watch an entire 20-minute tutorial, but when I actually work on it, I definitely have forgotten half of the things the tutorial told me. So I have to go back anyway to watch it again. So I rather just like have a short tutorial, like a 5-minute one that just like shows me all the basics. And then I have like a longer tutorial where I go through that like step by step explain things to me so I can like work alongside it, and every time I hit a wall I can go back to the tutorial and be like, okay, I went to this point and then I forgot what to do. So I go back for like half a minute and then rewatch this part again, and then I continue working.
You're more interested in like what the button does, and I like generally tend to prefer the tutorials that explain why the buttons are there, you know? Because I'm, as I said earlier, I'm more of a visual learner. I learn by doing. So I would prefer the tutorial that spends 20 minutes explaining what a blend shape is and how this manipulates it, because then I know how to use that. Whereas you're more of a, okay, so like, what settings do I need this blend shape at, and how can I do that? And then when you've got the end result, you go back and like reverse engineer it.
Yeah, for me, like, there was a school like this. Like, I'm also like a very visual learner. But for me, is it, as long as I understand what I'm doing, I know what to do. The moment like a really like colorful explanation that doesn't help me understand what I try to do, will just like fly over my head. That's why like programming became so hard for me, or like because they were like, it started with like things slowly that just like, no matter the amount of explanations, it was like way too hard to grasp for me to understand what is going on. Like it's the same with when you have like math equations and suddenly there are no numbers in there and only letters. Like,
yeah, that makes sense. So you learn more by results, whereas I learn by process, yeah.
Yeah. Like usually it's just like I have to see it and I have to listen to it, and in the best case scenario I have one example that helps me to understand how it works. Like that's why I was good in math. As long as I could understand how it works and I could like dissect it, it was working. And that was with every school subject. And the subjects where I couldn't just like go in and just like listen to what the teacher says, write it down, and then just like try to understand how it works in an example, suddenly it became harder to grasp for me. That's why I was so good until 10th grade, because that was still all the stuff that you could grasp and understand, and then suddenly they went to things that are not easy to understand anymore, like rocket science. Good old college days. So yeah, like that's the difference. That's why I like when you explain something to me, because you explain it like in a different way. And when I tell you, okay, could you now repeat the part and tell me what to do exactly here in like 2 sentences? Because you understood it, you can just compromise it for me and tell me what to do. Like sometimes, like if you want me to do something, you just need to show me. I don't need to completely understand it, as long as I understand the process I'm doing. I don't understand half of the things I do in Blender, but I understand the process I have to do them in order. And that's why some of my models break. But yeah, like animation was just like, okay, one tutorial I had to watch it exactly twice. First time I watched it completely, like almost completely, and the second time I just watched it until the part where I forgot what to do. And then the rest was just like, you know, doing the animation, and that is just art and I know how to do art. But wait a second. Oh god, will I find it again? No, wait, I don't have to go this way. Phone, TikTok. TikTok, where are you? Because I follow this person now on TikTok. Profile. Stop showing me cute following. Please be sorted in the... Wait. Keen? So there's some YouTuber and an artist and someone that also does TikTok and everything else called Keen. And I saw a YouTube short of them, and it was like titled like how my friend and I look at each other when this guy in class talks. It was just like two more or less simply I say, drawn characters. Like one of them only had one eye and his head merged into his hairstyle. Extremely simple. And oh god, I simped over this art style. Like, also half of the comment section, one half was like talking about the topic of the video, and the other half was just simping over this art style. We were all gushing over them. So when I did this animation, I was like, at first, like, had like my concept art was like this chibi style because it was just like easy to sketch. And then like when I was actually trying to do the line art for the animation frames, I was like, actually I kind of wanted to be semi-chibi, so I wanted to have like a bit more of a realistic thing, so it looks like, you know, like this is supposed to be a grown-ass man. I wanted to have at least the feeling of a grown-ass man. So I'm like, okay, what am I doing? I need like inspiration, what should I do? And then this short popped into my mind again, and I'm like, wait a second, I know exactly what kind of face I want JTH to have. So I tried to find their YouTube again because I didn't follow them back then. Found it, went through like some of the shorts, found one where I could pause the short on a good point where I see the face of this one dude in close up. Like, that's exactly the eye I want. So I used that as a reference. I drew it a tiny bit different, but I was like, yeah, I'm getting all the fluttery feelings just looking at this face. That's exactly the feeling I want. I don't like, an asexual character doesn't need to be like, you know, like ugly. Asexual characters can be good and attractive in their own ways. So when they're like, okay, I want him to have the mature feeling, and I want to, you know, like him to look cool and stuff. So let's give him, even though he's like a bold slime cube, let's give him like, you know, Ikemen eyes.
Giving them yaoi cheekbones. What do you mean he doesn't have bones?
That was like a really like big thing. Like sometimes I just have to, okay, I saw this one thing once and this was like changing my view on the world, so now I have to recreate it because otherwise I will not sleep at night. And Josh was the victim of it. But it made him look handsome. I think he's a very handsome slime blob now. Okay, question number 5, and the last one you have to answer first, Amy. What did you learn from this quest?
I learned a lot more than I was expecting to learn. Like I said, like when I went into it, I thought it would just be like a more coding aligned thing. Just like, hey, like if eyes look left, make sure snout point left. But no, as I said earlier, I learned a lot more about art styles and art preparation. I learned a lot about 3D space and perspective, because those are the skills you need as a model maker. You need to be able to, in Live 2D in particular, make a 2D shape look 3D. And that was like most of what I learned, which, as I said, is just something completely unexpected when I went into this.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, the amount of like shaping and warping and realizing what you have to do. If you struggle with perspective, I highly recommend to like find a lot of reference for this, because god, like I work with a lot of like pose references because I struggle with perspective.
Yeah, I made like an 8-point perspective of red panda faces by just sitting down on Google one night and spending like 2 hours going through every red panda picture on the internet just
There's
to
a
figure out like how they'd look at what various angles.
there is a website for this. I forgot what it was called, but I think I could find it again. It just has like
I found a few other like 3D modeling tools that have got like, hey, you can see what a face looks like at any angle. Unfortunately, all the ones I actually found, any furry faces were like paid extras.
no, there's like one website that has at different animal hats, like skeletons and stuff, like how different animals look like. From
I was
different
trying
angles.
specifically to find that one, and then I realized that instead of doing that, I could look at red pandas for 3 hours.
Yeah, like this is a good compromise.
Like, it was a night of absolute hell. I had to look at red pandas from every angle. It was horrible.
Aww.
The cuteness I experienced that night is still burned into my brain.
Could I? What did you learn from this quest?
I learned that I probably don't have the mind for Blender.
Fair,
Like,
valid.
Okay, but what did you actually learn from this quest?
that I don't have the mind for blenders.
Alright, so the character creation bit that you did of it, like, what did you do differently this time? Like, what did you apply this time that you haven't done before? Like, what new stuff have you learned?
Well,
Other than, like, writing it down, like you said last time.
well, what new stuff I went over? Well, again, it's a furry character. I think I've only had one beforehand, and that's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it help your creative process to actually write it down?
A bit. Yeah, it gave me a little more visualization, but surprisingly, not by much. But honestly, it was pretty fun to add a few little extra details to really make her feel like an interesting individual.
Neat.
No furries are interesting individuals, I don't believe you.
We'll see. We'll see about that.
Yes, I am ignoring the irony of saying that through a model that I've spent fucking 4 weeks on at this point.
Yes, the irony that a furry
bulk
is
of
saying
which
that
is
about
a
furries.
is a snout shape, yeah.
Eden, what did you learn from this quest?
That's me. I learned. What did I learn?
I don't know, we asked you.
Yeah, no. I think Amy should answer what I learned. What did I learn, Amy?
You learned a lot about the companions of Doctor Who. You realized that there is like they're starting to overlap the new companions with the old companions, where, like, you know, this season so far we've had a hot-tempered nurse and we've had like an energetic blonde, and you've learned that they're probably going to be like carrying those procedures forward. About art, you've learned that you should fucking stick your nose to the paper and work, and you can actually produce amazing things that you thought you could never do before.
I'm just pointing at the
Yeah,
Can you tell
alien
the
girl.
exact point I realized the sarcasm wasn't funny anymore?
Yeah, like
You've
I
Come on.
just point at the alien girl you did that I literally begged you to make into your character here because I just loved what you created there.
Yeah, like there's a lot more talent inside you than you realize, and I think like what you've learned over these past like couple of weeks of consistently doing it is that even though not everything is great, some of it is great, you know?
Oh,
And
also,
if you can
I don't
if you
know.
can outline
Oh.
what makes like the great stuff, like the thing that had Maho absolutely gushing over that piece was the pose, was the character, was the fact that you gave such like characterization to the piece, and Maho could like instantly put a backstory to that person. She could put herself in their shoes. I think that's like what you need to apply to future stuff. You need to figure out what people enjoy about your work, and how you can apply that going forward.
Also, you learned not to go with the eraser over a sketch after you're done with the sketch, so you have more space to start a new sketch in this space. When I watched her do that, I got an aneurysm. I first thought she erased things because she didn't like them, and then I realized she erased them because, oh yeah, I did this as a practice, so I erased it now, so I have space for the new one. No, this is against the point of practice. You should have a way to look back on what you did and maybe see, oh, like I did it like this, and now I learned this, and I can apply this to this, or something. Or look back and see how much you improved, or look back without having to find the reference again. You can just look at one of your sketches because you knew you sketched a pair of eye you really liked. Oh, that was a lot for me to witness that. That made my heart nearly stopped when I realized what Eden was doing. You also learned that not every sketch needs to be perfect and not every sketch needs to be finished. But it's good to like come back to a sketch and finish it.
That's one thing I learned, like, as I've been going through art, is that, like, the imperfections that I see are not the imperfections that everyone else see. Like, I told a story a while back about how I have got, like, a load of just anime girls as, like, the background to my TV. I've just got a Google Drive with just anime art that I've, like, really enjoyed over the years, to the point that, like, I could throw it up on my TV and just have it as background. And I was lying in bed the other day, like, watching this just tick on as I was on my phone. And I noticed that, like, on one of the pieces, the lines were incredibly scratchy, like, very, very lazy lines. And I just never noticed before. I have had this, like, running in the background of my life for 4 years, and I never noticed, like, how lazy the lines were, because I just enjoyed the piece. And that when I sit there and I'm like, well, no one's gonna like this piece if this line here isn't exactly smoothed to the perfect angle. And I'm like, no, they enjoyed the overall product. You don't need it to be perfect.
Yeah, the accepting that you are human and you cannot produce something that is perfect is a hard pill to swallow, because it's ginormous and everyone has to accept it. But with the rise of AI, I think we start to finally love. Damn, that was loud. We finally love and appreciate the fact of not being perfect. And
yeah,
like,
that's one thing I'm seeing a lot on TikTok is like the realistic painterly style that a lot of people are using, is the one that AI has collared. So many of these people who've spent like their life perfecting this style are just being called out now because AI can do it in 5 minutes and they just happen to have picked the same style. And it's like, no, I've lived and breathed this style for the last 15 years of my life. That's why it looks so good.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, when the thing about like, oh, AI could do this in 5 minutes. No, it couldn't, because even if it like can mimic the style, it will never mimic the creative process of going, oh, I'm gonna choose this color for the eyes because it works with the backstory of the character. Because when you're writing a prompt, you don't write the backstory in. You know? So it's like artists purposely break art rules like for certain reasons, and
Yeah,
it can elevate the pieces and give them personhood in a way that AI could never do. So like, yeah, imperfections make the art better because it tells more of a story, and it makes it feel more alive.
yeah, and I think like
But what I actually learned was where my doctor's address is, because I went there for the first time when I hurt my arm. So that's what I learned.
Good to know now that you now know where your doctor is, you probably have to visit them regularly in the future. If you keep up this clumsy behavior, please take better care of yourself. Please, I beg you, Eden. I love you, but I'm getting a small heart attack every time you like come in. Like, hey, is it normal? Insert extremely worrying thing here. Like, no.
Yeah, I learned that being dehydrated is supposed to hurt. But like, because my body hurts all the time, I don't know when I'm dehydrated. Because like, your nervous system is supposed to be like in pain, but mine's
Normal?
always in pain. It's like, you know,
My beautiful ladies, my beloved
Normal
sluts,
people
my disgusting
don't
weebs
forget that
Nozomi
they're
41
thirsty.
kiss.
Thanks, Yuzu.
Right, I wish I could have heard that Texas speech.
what was it?
Yuzu made a
My
Texas-
beautiful ladies, my beloved sluts, my disgusting weebs.
And cry. Woo!
He's the beautiful lady.
Ah, true.
There has been,
Ma-
I'll admit, one of the variations of Prey is females. Take that how you will. There is a gender swap of him running around the multiverse somewhere. Have fun with
I
that.
mean, yeah.
And again, there could be more gender swaps of all of us running around somewhere.
Do I make the
it
obvious joke about
doesn't-
taking that how I will? Nah, I think I'll leave it for the viewer's imagination.
You know what? Yeah,
Uh,
it's probably better that way. A bit funnier,
I
if you
was
will.
gonna go for the obvious. Me and Amy already are the gender swaps. We already consumed that multiversal self.
Okay. Want to hear just a very short but funny story about like
Well,
multiple versions of oneself.
Do it.
So,
Go for
Go for it.
So, I think it was like around 2nd grade. We had like in school was like attached like in German you call it a Hort, where it's like somewhat like a daycare. You know, like after school you can go there, maybe do your homework, play a little bit longer, and then you can go home. I've been hanging out with friends, but someone in here sounds like me, and it's uncanny. I don't know who it is, Remedy, because I don't know what
Well-
you sound like. But yeah,
I assume since Remedy has been in multiple Majorous Monday streams, it's the outlier.
Remedy has a nice voice. I like Remedy's voice.
But yeah, like, there were also like flyers laying out sometimes from like different like things children could do, like, you know, like cheerleading and stuff like this. And there was like a new flyer laying out for like a sports center that was like giving like cheerleader classes. And I saw this flyer and I was like, that's weird. And then like someone else came to me like, are you a cheerleader, by the way? And like, no, I'm not even allowed to do sports anymore. Why? And then they pointed it out. So there was a girl in this photo that looked exactly like me. Like the only thing that was different was a tiny bit the hair length, and she had a different glasses model. But aside from that, she looked like a copy-paste version of me. I never went to cheerleading. This was not me. This was very scary that this random girl, like, from a photo, like, this is like, was a recent photo they took on like from their actual cheerleading team. And I was like,
Wow.
that's not me.
Wow.
The mysterious polychrome Joker.
No, no,
Your evil twin.
No. Mal, listen to me. That was either a doppelganger, or worst case scenario, an alternate. kidding.
Oh yeah, like, there's a cool anime.
catalog reference in this place.
There's an interesting anime about this. Kurokami, I think it's called. It's all about the concept that there is one original and 3 copies of this, and if a copy meets the original, the copy like dies in an accident and stuff like this. It's a very interesting anime premise, and oh god, the music of this anime is way too good. The background music, you know, the OSTs, not just the opening and the OSTs of this anime are so on fire that I listen to them more than actually like the openings and endings. There's like good metal music. But yeah, like I just thought it was like really funny and really weird.
Fair enough.
Okay, what did I learn? So I learned if I want to do, I can actually like finish an artwork in like 2 hours if I finally sit down and work on it. Second thing, I learned some cute techniques how to do something in a chibi style without having to look at too much reference. Like now I crunched really down on understanding how chibi autonomy works. Before, like, I usually looked at my chibis and sometimes, like, the head to body ratio was different every time if I didn't compare them to a previous drawing I did. And now, just by sketching, I usually still hit the 3 head tall chibis because that's my chibi style. So now I don't have to look at my own art for reference. Now I can at least, for sketches, I can get the sketches in the right proportions almost all the time. And I got really fast at sketching. Like the thumbnail stuff really helped me to ignore all the really weird lines I did and don't try to fix them and just like immediately start the line art on top of a really messy sketch, and it still turns out good. I cannot do that in like normal art pieces yet. I still need a little bit more sketching in there, but like everything that has to do with chibi, I can do with a messy sketch. So I can shorten the amount of time I need to do things. For animation, I learned animation hard. Drawing a storyboard is really helpful for animatics. Split up. It's a good thing to split your animation layers. That was like a really important thing that was helpful. Having the things like split in a way is good to like animate certain segments.
How different is it animating to drawing? Because I mean, you've got to do like a lot more basic. Did you learn like sort of what can be cut, what needs to be cut, what needs to remain, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, like you suddenly think way more in layers than you usually do in art. Like you don't do this as much as I do, but you know me, I have like usually like a good standard for my artworks is that they have at least 100 layers. This is a normal process for me to have that many layers. In animation, you cannot do too many layers and you cannot do too little layers. Like you have to actually think of, okay, in which layer is every part of this thing? Okay, so you have in the foreground the desk. On top of the desk, so even more in the foreground, is the stuff that is like the monitor. And then you have, for example, the keyboard and the mouse. Oh, okay, stuff is supposed to move on them, so they need to be on a different layer so they don't interfere with the other layers. Then you have the body. Okay, the body is actually behind the desk and behind the head and behind the face. So the body is like one of the lowest layers, but the arms are moving, so you want the arms definitely on a different layer, and you want to make sure they're exactly like between the right layers so you don't have any weird clipping happening. Also, like usually, like depending on how difficult you want it, you want the color and the line art layer to be merged, because if you then just by rotating something, if you move something, you don't want to have to move the entire color and recolor it again. So you just want to do a couple of touch-ups, and the rest you want to be merged, because it is a lot of processing power, so you don't want to separate too many things. And then I learned, for example, I wanted like text in the background, and I saw if I do like a different folder as like an entire new animation key, I can literally have like in the background a background picture if I want, or in my case a piece of text that I can animate in different animation frames to have it in the speed I want, compared to like having to make like what I had to do beforehand in frame by frame animations. Had to like make every different animation and then space them out and then merge all the layers together to have different frames. Like it's way less complicated. It sounds really complicated, but it's way less complicated because you animate the text in the background the way you want the text to be animated, and you don't have to touch anything in the foreground animation layer where you have your guy moving the mouse and typing on the keyboard. Because you don't have to touch this layer to move the font in the background. You don't have to erase anything because your guy in the foreground will always cover the text, so you don't have to worry, oh, I have to erase those letters. So this is incredible.
That sounds incredibly different to Live 2D, where you've got to be very conscious of every single layer and every single parameter whenever you move anything at any point.
Yeah, like I did it very much in an animatic style and not a smooth animation. Like I would needed way more frames in the middle to like get the animation to be like a completely smooth thing. But like as in like good GIF or like an animatic where just like things are moving and you can see the movement happens, just like one eyes open and one eyes closed frame is enough to make a blinking animation. So you just have to like, when you make it, you make your base picture what you want, and after you made the base picture, you start to think, okay, what part of this picture do I want to be static and which parts do I want to move? So you just make the static parts first because you know those parts are not moving. There will nothing happen with them. That way you can, later on, you can just like copy the frames you're drawing. Like the frames, you can have a one layer frame, what is a stupid idea, don't do this. Or you can make in a frame, you can make a folder, put all your layers in, and then you can just copy this folder and make new frames with this. And then you can just go in the new frame, hopefully you have named your different frame folders, and then you just go, okay, this is my standard frame. This is the one that is like, where everything like eyes are open, the hands didn't move. This is the frame where the hand on the mouse moved. So you just do the movement there. And then you make the eye closed frame, and then you make the move on the keyboard frame. And in Clip Studio Paint, you have the nice thing. You can just like, you can just say, oh, the next frame is just this frame. So you can just like reuse previous frames you did to, you know, don't have to like have 20 folders and 10 of them are the exact same frame. That is like, you'll quickly learn how to save work because you don't want to do the same shit again.
Yeah, one of the tutorials I followed, like the one by Chipoko, who I mentioned earlier, like the main one I followed, literally just like every 5 minutes in the bottom corner of the tutorial, it's just got a little GIF that pops up that says, "Remember, Control F, save your file. Remember, Control F, save your file."
Handy.
I also learned that my PC really doesn't like Clip Studio Paint, and it hates absolutely. It likes Clip Studio Paint as long as I don't stream. It doesn't like the combination, and it hates the combination of animating and OBS, because that will cause my PC to freeze, and then I have to restart it. And in good scenarios, my artwork is saved and in good shape, and in bad scenarios, the entire file is corrupted, and I have to pray to God and Satan to hope that there's somewhere in the data an auto-saved file that is like 2 hours ago, but at least it has like part of the process still, progress still. Woo! I just got confetti. It didn't even came through in Twitch yet, but thanks whoever just maybe followed or rated or whatever. We will see in a couple minutes. Something just happened and I don't know what it was. Ah, there it is.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
That's weird that that came through.
Thank you. 31 month, Amy. That is a lot.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got an ad and I was like, hey, wait a minute, don't I have Amazon Prime? And remember, Chad, if you too have Amazon Prime, then you can use your free gift sub to support your favorite creators on the platform.
Yeah. Also, I have a free gifted sub soon from the last sponsorship. I will probably give that away tomorrow, so I would highly recommend to maybe be around tomorrow when the free gift sub fairy is coming to the stream.
Damn it, I should have waited. I could have got a freebie.
Next question. This one is actually to Eden this time. What part was the most challenging? Like,
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Like we talked about how difficult it was, but like which part specifically was the most challenging for you?
Other than only having one arm,
Yeah.
I'd say just like getting, like, just like starting, you know.
Yeah.
Was the hardest part. So, and that was like the entire point of why of the quest that I went on, was to get better at kind of like starting projects and stuff, and just like drawing for the sake of drawing and drawing for the sake of practice. But there were some days where I sat at the computer and was like, I need to draw, and I got into VC with Amy, and then I just realized I couldn't do it today. Just I emotionally did not have the strength, and that's a problem for me a lot. But doing this, it was like part of the purpose was to be able to do that less, to prove that like there would be results if I can have my days off, and I can struggle sometimes, but I will improve if I do something. So like, to overcome that, I would ask Amy for a random Pokemon and then sketch a random Pokemon or something like that.
That's
But
a good
sometimes
thing.
I just wasn't even able to do that, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's a good thing that you accepted that this is okay. Like, I literally, like, a couple days ago, I got a really hard art block for like a couple days, and it finally stopped yesterday, and I was very happy that like yesterday night it finally stopped again, and it was thanks to you guys.
Yeah.
You gave me something to like gush over again. What was the most difficult part about your challenge? No, what was the most challenging part about your quest?
Other than Blender, I can keep reiterating that Blender is awful if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, like usually you should like if you want to do something in Blender, just like for future, if you maybe want to pick it up again, instead of trying to do something really difficult first, you should try with something simple. Sometimes it may be even just like downloading an FBX or like a Blender file of something, and then like maybe just do some alterations on it with like a tutorial that like shows you how different tools work, and then you just like alter this exact thing, and then
I did attempt to give that a
Start
shot,
small
yeah.
and then move up.
Yeah, I did
Even-
attempt to give it a bit of a shot, but
Yeah.
it didn't
Even
work.
the best people
wasn't
go back
bad.
and make the donut sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta make the donut, you know?
The more donuts you make, the better you can make donuts.
now I want to
Well, yeah.
make.
I think
Now I
I
want
think
to
I've
make
actually
real
got like
donuts.
my old Live 2D here.
Oh.
Let's see if this actually works.
There
Yeah, like
we
this.
go.
Yeah, this was my original model. It had XY movement, and that was it. This was just a very, very early, very simple model, and then I moved on to the you know, the chibi version of my main character. Hold on, I think I've got one here that's actually got the full XY movement. You do not have the full XY movement. How about this version?
Now, I will at least share like what I
Please
think is.
confirm this model is not broken. Unfortunately, that model is broken. Yeah, I don't actually have a finished version of Bill. Unfortunately, I lost those files.
the
But yeah, like
hardest-
I didn't start out with this, and this isn't my final point. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you. Just judging. I will at least say that talk about the hardest part about actually making the concept of the character to kind of like probably help out anyone who's in chat and wants to potentially put together a good working OC at some point.
Was it dealing with the stigma of being a disgusting furry?
No. See, I don't think about any stigmas when I'm designing characters or, making the concept of the characters. What I find the most difficult though is finding what kind of archetype I want them to fit in. You know? Do you want me to explain that a little bit, or?
Yeah, like go.
I generally find just throwing a dartboard at tvtropes.com finds me a decent enough archetype to start from.
All right. Well, for those who
Sorry,
don't
throwing
know
a
what
dart, not a dartboard. That would be hilarious.
For those of you who don't know what the hell I'm on about with archetypes and characters and whatnot, tomboys, himbos, that sort of thing, you know, tsunderes, all that jazz. And then you got to figure out what kind of archetype with a sub-archetype within that you want them to fill. Like, should I use the character I made as a bit of an example here?
Yeah, because
Why
that's
we
the
made 'em.
fair.
Yeah, so she's a tomboy. I decided that for the archetype. You know, nice, simple, a good example to use. I also made her a bounty hunter, so she's kind of the badass tomboy archetype. But I also threw in extroverted as a personality trait. She loves to be around
Badass
people.
and extroverted? How do you think of these things?
But then I decided to give her a little quirk on top of that, which I think really rounds together her character. If somebody is unintimidated by her and actually takes an interest in her, like friendship or some other way, she doesn't know how to deal with that. She becomes unsure and a bit shy, like what? Slight panic. The bit of a slight what the extroverted covers up kind of crumbles a bit, you know?
Hey Google, what's a tsundere?
She doesn't act
Hey Google,
mean.
shut up. Sorry,
She
Karen.
doesn't act mean. Thus, she's not a tsundere. She doesn't act mean towards someone she has an interest in. She just doesn't know how to deal with it and ends up becoming shy. That is not a tsundere.
That was a joke,
It's okay,
Kudai.
I'm mocking you.
I was
Huh?
very much joking right now.
It was right there, I
Sorry.
had to take it. It's the rules, man.
Also,
Yeah, like those character, like, aspects is the word I'm looking for. Those character aspects all seem to fit like really well together, so you've done a good job on that.
yeah, it really gets to show that while she's like a tomboy to most aspects of her life, there is a hint of something else in there, that you gotta uncover by interacting with the character. Which, a little bit of a hook there,
Mm-hmm.
It's a very obvious joke about uncovering furries that I'm not going to bother taking.
Please don't. We don't have time for that.
Yeah, please don't. We're on Twitch. We'll get banned.
Exactly.
We're also on YouTube. YouTube was even more strict with some things.
Ugh, don't mind me.
The
Okay.
temptation to just belt out 5 different fucking swears there. I did it accidentally. I'm sorry, YouTube. I didn't mean to. That genuinely was an accident.
Jeez.
Surprisingly, I heard recently that with streams, YouTube is a bit more leisure than with YouTube videos. So that's why the occasional fuck is completely okay. There are other words that are not okay.
You
But
heard it here first, folks. You can occasionally fuck on YouTube and no one will care.
okay. Amy, what was the most challenging part to your quest?
So I mentioned this in the what did you learn the most portion of the questions, which I think honestly that fact in itself shows that this quest has been a success.
Mhm.
Because the most difficult part and the bit that I learned the most about are the same thing. It's 3D space awareness and perspective, and being able to tell what a face and a shape need to look like at exact and different angles. That was the bit that I struggled the most with, and that is also the bit that I learned the most about. Which, like I said, is literally the point of this quest, was to pick something that you've not done before, or that you want to experience, or that you think you'll struggle with, and go and try it and see what you can learn about it. And the fact that I did learn a lot about that is really heartening to me.
You did a great job. I'm very proud of you. I try to think what I think the most difficult part was to, after I made a concept, like a storyboard, then deciding okay how I actually want the style to look like. But I think the most disheartening part, and that was the biggest challenge for me, was to by accident learn that I only have 24 frames I can work with, and then kind of scramble to figure out how I can, at least the part I tried to animate, how I can slow it down, and how I can fit everything I wanted in this keyframe to happen, fit in 24 frames. I did manage. I have a couple of frames left, so I could make the tea sipping animation still in this animation block before I have to move to a new animation file where I have to start from scratch again. But it would be another key moment anyway, so I would have a different camera angle. It's just that it was certainly a moment where oh no, Google, please tell me how to fix it. What do you mean I cannot fix this? I need to buy an extension to fix this. Why?
So the most difficult part about what I learned is capitalism.
Yeah. It was certainly a challenge to overcome, but I when I was actually sitting on the animation, I was every half an hour I was sending a little recording with my phone from what I just did, and just the comparison between two recordings were just insane. Before it was oh, he can only blink, to 20 minutes later, so his hand move already, it's just that the text is not in the right speed yet, to oh shit, I don't know what to do, to oh, well, I made it a GIF now, and now it's not a screen recording anymore. Now it's an actual gift that I can send you guys.
Yeah, I experienced that when I started doing Live 2D. Like, I literally made a Blue Sky post about my first blink, because like it took me like probably 12 hours to get to that point, and then just like seeing the blink actually happen from nothing was just like, oh my god, this is amazing. I'm a god now.
Yeah. It was a certain power trip that happened, and also like a really, really like hard slap into reality again when you realize, okay, I spent how many hours to do that? Great! Now let's go to the
Like,
rest.
I breathed life into this image. It moves now. It only took me 12 hours to do the eye.
Yeah.
How many more body parts have I got? The eye was made out of what, 8 of my 150 layers? Fuck.
Yeah, I think the caption I put onto this GIF is, he moves! When he just could blink. That was the only thing he could do, but I was very proud of myself that I managed to make an animation. Next question. Was any part easier than you expected, Eden?
Once I started doing like more mini arts and like not deleting them and just moving them into corners and then doing more, or like just hiding layers, I found that I was able to get more done and do more flows and like not be as self-depreciating about what I made, because I knew that like I could maybe do the next one better, or I only spent 10 minutes on this one, so it's not meant to be good. It's just meant to like be okay. Like it's just meant to be an attempt, and then the next attempt might be better because I learned how hard it was to draw a circle for the last one. So now that I'm drawing another circle, it'll be a better circle. Circle.
Circle.
Circle.
Yeah, so the easiest part for you was the friends you made along the way. Sorry, the lessons you learned along the way.
Yeah. Also, it was a lot easier once I got a bunch of paint meds.
Yeah, like
Do drugs, kids.
do drugs that are prescribed by doctors, kids.
Yes, do officially prescribed drugs. They'll help your art improve, I promise. Take your meds.
Yeah, that's good. I'm very
The
happy for you.
vibe between those two statements is very different. Do drugs, kids, but take your meds, kids.
Good eye. What was it? Was any part easier than you expected?
It was easier than expected for me to figure out what kind of quirk I wanted to give my character, and also what kind of job I wanted to give her, and what weapon I wanted to let her have. For reference, she has
I
a
love
custom.
picking weapons for characters. It's a beautiful part.
Yes, it's also beautiful when I get to actually mention what the weapon is.
Well, open your mouth then.
I did. Just because you are a princess doesn't mean you get to back over people. Bink. Alright, so custom knuckle dusters that come. So she can have nothing to she just wants to bludgeon something with her fist. She can add spikes to puncture and blaze to slash. So it's pretty basic, but I thought it was fun. So all
Punching things
kinds
will
of-
be fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Though, because of her
More of a
big
kind of
size, her
throwing
big
animation.
hands, I gave her a bit of a downside. She cannot use ranged weapons. Her hands are too damn big for the guns.
She cannot pull the trigger. She can only use the gun as a club.
Just like Doomslayer sometimes might. I won't put it past him.
Well, if it works, it works. Amy, what part was easier than you expected?
Funnily enough, the physics. Like, I was absolutely terrified of doing the physics. And the hair's probably a bad example because I literally threw it together in 5 minutes because I wanted something to show to the class. But the fact that I could do it in 5 minutes was astounding. So the physics in Live 2D basically controls how other parts move, like in relation to how like your head turns. So you can see like my hair is swaying as I move my head. And I thought that was going to be a case of like a lot of trial and error and keying in all sorts of different values and parameters, but this is literally just like the default settings. I'm going to be tweaking it and I'm going to be changing it. I can see stuff that needs to be fixed already. But to get the initial physics online was very, very easy, like remarkably so. Like I don't think you can see it so much because like I'm zoomed out. But I've got like eyeball physics on. So the eyeballs like bounce as I open the eyes. That was my first ever like attempt at doing any sort of physics in Live 2D, and it looked good like within 2 minutes. I was amazed by like how well the program handles that.
Yeah, eye physics are like the backbone of a good model. Like you can have like even you can have a basic animation model. If the eye physics look good, like that's what people are mostly look at most of the time anyway. They want to see the jiggly eyes and like some good expressions, and the rest is only like byproduct. Everything else that looks good is great.
Yeah, like that's why like most of the tutorials you find will start with either the eye or the head like XY angle. Because that's the part that everybody's going to be focusing on, so that's the part you're going to want to learn first. It also teaches you like a lot about moving parts, about parameters, about physics. So it's just a really good like starting point. The fact that it's also the focus point is coincidental.
Surprisingly, the model I'm using right now also has Live 2D eye physics. Vinyan had like Vinyan was offering the pendulum, so you made what did you say that was similar to us both, Amy?
Blend shapes.
Blend shapes. So you would just make different blend shapes of like how your iris and how your highlights are moving and how they're like stretched and compromised. And then you could just attach them to a pendulum and be like, okay, when this pendulum does something, it goes between those two blend shapes. And that way you could mimic Live 2D eye physics. I was really proud of that. But it doesn't work that well because you cannot have like many different layers like on Live 2D. You can only work with like 2 layers. But you certainly can work with something, and it gives you the illusion of Live 2D effects, and that is great. You cannot see it right now because I'm zoomed out, but
my irises, I think I've got like between 8 and 10 layers that are all just like moving around independently using physics.
yeah, and that
Apart
is
from the shooting stars, that's just an idle animation. I could not figure out how to make those spin using physics. That's weirdly enough, that's not a feature that Live 2D offers. You've got the pendulum physics, you don't just have constant rotation physics. So anyone out there, Live 2D developers, I know you're watching. I don't know how to say it in Japanese. I know you're all Japanese. Please add rotational physics, please, pretty please.
I would be surprised. Maybe there are somewhere. We just don't know where they are yet.
Right, there is a tutorial I found where you can convert the pendulum physics into the rotational physics, but unfortunately the way it works, because it starts as a pendulum, it can either be rotating one way around or the other way around. There's no way to guarantee it. So I literally had to do this as an idle animation because they're like shooting stars. They have to go counterclockwise because that's the way I drew them.
Makes sense. I think for me, what was surprisingly easy was like my journey on the thumbnails. Like I thought I would like have more struggles to figure out what I want, but like with the pre-expectations I went in, and with just like some like sitting down and actually just do a couple of sketches, I pretty soon realized how I want them to look like. And now like I'm just pointing at today's thumbnail. I did that in like 1.5 hours, and the sketch itself didn't even took half an hour of just like sketching out what I want and then just getting with the line art on top of it. Like it was so surprisingly easy that I was like very concerned if I unlocked a new skill without noticing it. Time pressure also helps a lot, because suddenly you have like, you ignore a lot of shading techniques you would usually use because it's zoomed out. You probably see most of the shading anyway, you don't see it anyways. So you're just like,
That on the other hand is a habit I need to break. Like, time pressure is the only way I can work, and it's detrimental because I don't deliver anything until the very last minute.
yeah, like, I like having time with certain things, but like having a bit of pressure, like a deadline to it, is helpful sometimes. Sometimes I say. It's helpful when you're in a good headspace, to be precise. If you're in a good headspace, then having a little bit of time pressure is just motivating you to do something. Being in a bad headspace, time pressure is making you anxious, and making you, when you get anxious about it, you getting stressed, and when you get stressed, you cannot get anything done because you're under so much pressure that your mind breaks, and then you judge everything you do and you measure it and how much time you actually put into it, and then you are more critical with yourself and how fast you work, and because you do that, you work slower than usually. It's a really bad cycle that happens. I had to break it in the past, where I noticed like that's why I usually only stream 4, maximum 6 hours, because everything after this I start to get slower on everything at work. For everything that has to do with VTubers, I have to take a break every hour, because if I don't do that, I start to work slower and be more pressured by the fact that I don't make progress fast enough. So it is a good thing to like, it's a good thing to have like a little bit of a, you know, like, okay, I want to get this part done by today, maybe, but like if you notice like how fast you work, you should accept the fact that you can only go to a certain part. It is okay to say, okay, I wanted to get the flat color done by today, but I could only finish the line art, and not starting the flat color today because that would take another 2 hours that you will probably work on for 3 hours because it will take you longer.
That's one thing I've got a lot better at recently, is noticing like when my concentration's waning or my wrist is starting to pang, and then like being able to stop myself, go do something else real quick, and then come back with a more clear mind.
Yeah, this is very important. I highly recommend people to do regular breaks. I try to do regular breaks, and also to put a stop to something. I see too often that like people around me don't put a stop point somewhere. They say, oh, I want to get this and this done by today. And that's stressing them because they cannot like manage to say, okay, I got all of this done today already. I need to stop now. It's okay to stop now. I made this amount of progress, and accept the progress you made that day. Instead of be like, oh, I will just like do a break now and continue working on it, and then it's 5 a.m. and they're like, well, I guess I have to go to bed now. I will just finish this, and then like it's another half an hour later, and then like, oh no, now I'm starting to ruin my sleep cycle again. it's fine.
Yeah, a great example of that is when we were in a call the other day, and I was complaining about like how little work I'd done on the model. It's like, well, I really wanted to get like all of the hair done and moving today. It's like I think it was either you or Eden said, "Oh well, what have you done today then?" All I've done today is every single one of the art meshes for all of the layers I haven't done yet. Oh right, so I have done
did
a lot
that.
of work today. Yeah.
Yeah, I pointed out that you did like all the art meshes. You were like, yeah, I felt like really depressed today, so I just focused on the art meshes, so I didn't do anything. Like, you did all the art meshes of how many layers? Like, it is okay to like find a stop point. Like, this entire quest. Like, I moved the talk show on my own account because I personally had a really, really bad time, like, last week, and I knew I didn't have anything I could show because up until this point I was either depressed in bed or forcing myself to work on something more like prominent, like something I could work on stream, like other commissions. Because I could not do the animation doing stream because my PC would always crash. I had to do it in my free time, and I was too depressed to do it in my free time. So I had to accept that I didn't have anything to show at this point and moved the talk show because I was not the only one not having like good like something that the person that applied wanted to show yet. So I moved it a bit, tried to get better, like just like Tuesday. Just like 2 days later after the actual talk show was supposed to happen, I had the animation done. I just needed a bit more time and give myself the time I needed to work on it, while still having in mind that I have to get it done until next week. It was a bit of time pressure, but way less time pressure than I had like on Saturday when I realized that I was crying in a corner and didn't have anything done. So, to every artist out there, or maybe wannabe artist, it's okay to make not a lot of progress sometimes. It is okay to set a goal and don't meet it that day. Because usually when you set a goal, you'd be like, oh, I guess I could meet it. But you don't count in the breaks you have to take, you don't count in that you have to look for reference again, you don't count in that you maybe like zone out for like 5 minutes because something else happens. You don't count all of this in. So usually the goal you set for yourself is if you would have from now on 4 hours where you don't do anything else but work on this. But in reality, in exactly 4 hours, you probably had at least like 10 to 20 minutes of a break, plus you had to figure out the pose, plus you had to like find a reference for this one specific thing that you realize you don't know how to draw, and then suddenly 4 hours are over and you only halfway done with what you planned to do today, but you still made progress.
Yeah, set a goal at the start of the day, but then when it comes to the end of the day, don't look at whether you hit the goal, look at what you did.
Yeah.
Look at what progress you made.
Exactly. Question number 8. What tip would you give people that want to do the same quest as you, Eden?
Oh, I pressed the mute button and I didn't realize. Sorry.
The dumb tip.
You're a dumb tip. Hey, got her. I would say, make sure, try, how to phrase it. If you can find something to do alongside, or a friend to help you, just to keep you on track, that can make a world of difference. If, like, just because you don't think you're doing a good job, doesn't mean someone else doesn't think you're doing a good job. And just because you don't think you have the energy or the motivation to do it, doesn't mean you can't do it. Because you can always it can always be take second to something. Like, you know, if you're watching something, it can be you're watching something and doing art instead of you're doing art and watching something. It can be you're spending time with a friend and just so happen to be doing art instead of doing getting your friend to be with you to do art. You know, you can it can be a secondary task, and that can make it a lot easier.
Like, I keep joking about the things you've learned from Doctor Who, but like legitimately a lot of the reason I'm saying that is because a lot of the art that Eden has been doing has been like while we're sitting in a call together watching Doctor Who, because she's got like something else to catch her attention while she's working on important stuff.
That is very good. Like, I, for example, need to, while I was, working on the thumbnail, and you both were eating, Eden could hear me from time to time hum a melody or, like, sing a song that was not playing, because my brain wants to be stimulated somewhere else when I do art. And usually I do that by have a video on in the background where I don't need to pay attention to what is happening on screen. So I can just listen to it, or just like listen to music. Like, listen to music is my go-to thing that I do during art. Because that is like how I can, you know, like my brain can focus on art, but at the same time my brain has something that is soothing it. It's fun, it's like entertained. And it's like, sometimes you need like something else to keep you on track. Like if I sit in a very silent room, I get no work done. Really, no work. It's awful. My brain cannot comprehend the fact that it's alone with itself. I'm the type of person I cannot be left alone with my own thoughts.
It's a big old mood. Yeah, at the moment, it's at the point where I'll be watching something on my computer, I'll need to go to the bathroom, I'll pause it, and I'll grab my phone and I'll put something on my phone before I stand up to go to the bathroom. That's something I need to work on probably, but also something a therapist will help me later. It's something I don't need to make that progress yet. I need to do art.
Yeah, like, I certainly am guilty of when I know I probably spend more than 2 minutes in the bathroom, I take my phone along. First of all, because for some reason, everyone that I love and care about suddenly decides they want to talk to me the moment I put my phone somewhere else. I have my phone not with me, and suddenly everyone decided at the same time that they have to message me and they have something that I want to ask me. So I get a little bit paranoid of like not having my phone with me. Not too much, like when I'm out of the house, I usually don't check my phone unless I'm sitting somewhere, because walking while looking at your phone is dangerous. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it, adults either. This is like the way how you die. And I have the mindset, if it's something important, I would be called or they would message me a second time. If someone is dying, I will know, because I will get my phone blown up. If it's something, if that is not the case, then whatever and whoever messaged me can probably wait the 10 minutes until I'm actually home, and then I can look at my phone.
I did get hit by a car once because I was on my phone.
You know, the other day how we were talking about how you just drop concerning things into sentences?
Yeah, I just said this earlier.
No, I just, I was playing Vampire the Masquerade, and I was walking home because I was running late. So, like, the session hadn't started. I was just in VC with people talking and like making a character sheet. And this one-way road that never has any cars on it, apparently had a car on it today. So I walked out into the road, and suddenly I opened my eyes and I was on the ground, and there was a car that came to a very fast stop behind me.
That car was just like, man, this one-way road never had any pedestrians on it.
Yeah. So I
Eden.
bounced off their window shield. It was fun. I was fine.
I got
Yeah.
nearly run over by a car 3 times, and 3 times is way too many times for nearly being run over. So I'm very careful when I crossing any roads.
I mean-
I got run over by a car, but I was fine. I fell asleep and dislocated my arm and put myself out of business for 2 weeks. This is the same person.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I'd already been hit by cars like 3 to 4 times before that. So
Ah, so you built
know?
up an immunity, right? Got you.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
yeah. No,
Eden!
sleeping is my kryptonite, and cars are like just like bullets. I'm Superman. I can survive any car crash, but if I sleep wrong, I will be out of commission for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Aw.
Could I? What tip would you give people that want to do the same quest as you did?
Tip to all those who want to actually design a character and whatnot, and get their. Give them you can make them really good at something. Like, don't be afraid to let them be good at something, but make sure they have something they're bad at too, so they're not perfect. You can have a
good old character
cool
flaws. Yeah.
Yep. And you can have a cool, confident character, but have something that might be their kryptonite. Like, for example, they could be a
Sleeping.
cool badass, but then all of a sudden they see one cute little critter and they're just like, oh, baby! And they
That's
just
not a
turn into
character flaw.
No, but it crushes the image of a cool character. By just making them just go like baby noises and just gushing over a cute little critter. Bonus points if the character in question is a gruff older guy who looks like he's been through a few battles. You wouldn't expect it out of him. All of a sudden, boom. Don't be afraid to be a little unexpected with some of your traits too.
I can totally agree with that one. If I see an aloof goth girl in the middle of the street who looks like she could snap my neck, just bend down and fuss a cat, that she's getting a first-class ticket to my bedroom. If you want it, of course.
Yeah. In fact, a great example is like, what's the first thing you all would think seeing a big buff lizard man barbarian? What would you think he'd be like?
Probably a big buff lizard man barbarian.
Kai, thank you so much for
Personality-wise,
30
genius.
I bet he loves chocolate bars.
Okay, anything else specific? What was your first thoughts that, like, expected to be like?
I'll play along without being a bitch. I bet he's big, gruff, probably got a bit of a troubled past, like hard to approach, but like probably quite relatable once you get to know him. Like stark defender of the people he holds dear.
You approach him only to find him to be an absolute himbo with a heart of gold, and yeah, he was orphaned, but he was raised by the Fae. So he's very, like, curious and, like, almost childlike, despite being 7'7".
Was right, he does like chocolate bars.
Probably even,
You introduce-
probably honey even more. Also, thank you so much, Kai. Enjoy doing resin. Love you too, nuzzle nuzzle.
That sounds like something you could have entered Weebs Quest with.
Yeah,
I don't care if you're lurking, Kai. Tell us about your resin.
Fun thing about that character is it's one of my more liked characters, actually. Reno Don. Hey, he's big, he's boisterous, he's got that Leroy Jenkins energy, you know? Except it somehow works in his favor every time. I don't know, maybe it's just because he's got a lot of health. He could actually take blows.
Okay. Amy, what tip would you give people that want to do the same quest as you did?
Live 2D is one. It looks very daunting to get into, but there is a lot of assistance out there. Like the Live 2D community itself, like the Live 2D Discord, is very helpful if you have any issues. Comment sections of YouTube tutorials. If the creator themselves doesn't reply, somebody else will reply to help you out. You can always reach out to somebody to get help with it. And then leaning off of that one, YouTube tutorials. There are so many YouTube tutorials out there. A lot of them are very outdated, as I mentioned earlier, but they are a really good starting point to go with. A lot of them are clear, concise, explain exactly what to do, how to do it, and why you should be doing it that way, as well as a lot like alternative ways to do it. I am incredibly thankful to the YouTube Live 2D community, because I would not have got even slightly this far without stuff I've learned from there.
Yeah, those are great tips. Like it's definitely like a big thing, and it's difficult, but like please don't be afraid of it. Start big things and learn in small steps.
I find generally like the more specialized the skill is, the more helpful the community is. Because these are people who want to share their passion and their talent, and they want the hobby to not die. The more people who buy Live 2D, the more updates Live 2D is going to get. So the people who are good at Live 2D love to help like new people into it.
Yeah, at least the majority. They're like 10. They're like what 10 assholes. Don't listen to them.
Oh yeah, there's always the exception that proves the rule.
And Kai, you make all sorts. You make dice, big dice, crystals, crystal clusters, knuckle dusters, the cubes, diamonds, and runes. That sounds also cool.
That sounds neat. Are you making those like for decorative purposes, or are they like do you make dice to like actually roll and use? They can be. Ooh.
Just remember, resin itself is a toxic substance, so don't make anything out of resin that you want to use for, like that you put food on, or that you would use on food, or other things that you would, like.
That went a very different direction than I thought it was going. I'm gonna leave. The rest of my commentary is not suitable for YouTube. This is very toxic. Make sure you don't print anything that you want to eat food off of.
Yeah, a lot of people forget, or like to forget that resin is still a toxic substance. So I saw videos of people making plates or something like this out of resin, and this is not a good idea because the substance is not too safe. That resin is safe to hold food. Yeah, a lot of people warn from that. I think there are different types of resin, but a good rule of thumb, unless like you research the specific kind of resin you use, and it specifically states it's safe. It's like safe to don't consume it, but like it's safe to be in contact with items that would be consumed. Then yes, you can use it, but in general, if it's not specifically said somewhere, you should expect the worst and not use it for something you would consume later. So don't make like boxes out of it you would put in candy. It's just like, I don't mean it in a bad way, but like a lot of people also wear like masks where they work with resin, and they have the reasons for that. So please be safe if you work with like substances like resin, like chemicals in general. But I'm really proud of you that you work with it.
Come to Discord in a bit and show some of my work. That's going to move really nicely onto question 10 when we're here. Make sure to slap the pictures in talk show chat, and we'll see if we can have a look at that one.
Yeah. So for me, it's similar to Eden. Like sometimes you have a different view on your end products, so you should like just because you're not like perfectly happy with it doesn't mean it's bad. Getting inspiration is not a bad thing. Go out and look for as much inspiration you need until you have a clear view of what you want to do, because no matter if animation or YouTube thumbnails, the more you have an image in your head or in your mind what you want, the easier it's for you to like translate this onto your canvas. And animation, go and find the program that is most fitting to what you want to try in animation. Like, I use Clip Studio Paint because I had Clip Studio Paint that had an animation function, but there are probably programs out there that are better suited for it. Use a free program first to try out animation, or a free trial of a program, and then use to the paid version. Don't just immediately buy like an expensive animation program and then you use it for like one animation that you get half done and then you stop because you don't like it. Try it out, try something simple first, and after you understand the simple way how to do it, try something more difficult. You don't have to make an entire anime from scratch before even knowing how to do a blink animation. Also, tutorials are your lifesavers and you should always use them, and people that tell you you should not use tutorials can burn in hell. I despise people that say you should not use reference or you should not use tutorials or anything to improve in art because, you know, they have like a weird reason of superiority that you should only use your own body, and if you cannot use it, then no, use reference. It's okay. It's not a crime to use a reference for anything. Even like well-renowned artists use references.
Yes, you shouldn't use tutorials. Motherfucker, what do you think the first 16 years of your damn life were?
Yeah,
That's
like,
tutorial.
like for example, I talked a lot about Spilding, but let's go back to this for one more time. So in Spilding, they went to an animation studio, and she showed like how they made like those like paper animation things that they use for hand-drawn animation. And she was like, oh yeah, like here is my entire book collection, and she showed like a book collection of like a bunch of like drawings of like concept art from characters, and like those books like to a specific anime that showed like all the different like steps that they went through animation stuff, because that is like good for her to like look back and like, you know, like see a way how to do it, and always to like learn new things. Like, she is a pro in her field. She is working full-time as an anime animator, and even she is having reference sometimes and looks into a book and looks things up. Yeah, of course, she doesn't need to do it as often as maybe I need to do it. But at the same time, like, that doesn't change that she still has things to learn, and she loves to see other people's work to learn from it. So, don't shy away to use reference. Don't even shy away to like it one-to-one copy something. As long as you don't claim it's your own, it's okay to copy something to understand how it works.
This entire talk show is all about learning and the learning process. And anything that you can do that will accelerate your learning is something that you should do.
Also, just a general thing, as you heard already in this talk show, we are all like different learning types. It is very good if you try to like think back. School is a good example. Like, one thing that school was good for finally. Think back onto your school time and try to think about how you tried to learn something. What made it easier for you to understand something? Because when you understand how you learn, you can easier find help to learn something. As Amy said, she needs to watch multiple tutorials and really needs to see and understand it before she even tries it. I need a short tutorial first to get like the basics down, and then a step-by-step guide that I can follow, but also abandon if I understand it on my own. It is okay that your friend maybe learns in a different pace or in a different style. That's completely fine. You will learn your way, and that is completely valid. And just because you maybe learn slower than the friend you admire so much, you don't need to be envious of them, because you will reach that point too. The road you took to reach this point is just a different one your friend took. So it's completely fine. Don't start always compare your stuff to others and be like, oh, but they did it so much better. Try to think like, oh, they did it better than I did. What actually do I like about this more than mine? And what can I learn from this? Where can I improve next? Because I like this. I like whatever I see there I like. I don't like mine as much. So try to, instead of like compare yourself to others just to, like talk yourself down, try to be like, okay, so I like this way more. Why do I like this way more? And then you slowly start to get an eye for the things you think are pleasing for you. And then you can work with that. So don't be envious. This is a very unproductive feeling. Improve. And then you don't have a reason to be envious anymore. At least that's my
envy
strategy.
is bad. We should like make a collection of like bad feelings to have and group them up. I bet we could probably make 7 of them if we tried hard enough.
Yeah, but like, don't feel bad because someone is better than you. You will get to this point too. You just have to keep trying. Just don't
You're
give
only
up.
competing with yourself.
Exactly, you only compete with yourself from yesterday. And trust me, you're
And
already...
that guy was a cheating bastard.
life advice for Amy Miranda. Okay. 9th question. Eden, will you continue?
Yes.
That is a good answer.
Would you like more? Or
You can elaborate.
that-
Always like more. This is a talk show. It's kind of like, built around the talking.
no, that sounds weird and silly. Who would ever want that? Yes, I think at least once a week I would like to do less dedicated projects. Like, I think next month I've got plans for actual content that I want to make and stuff like that, and deadlines that I have to meet. But I think it's gonna be important to choose at least one day a week where I don't work on anything that needs to be done, that I just practice. So going forward, I will continue with my current quest of practicing.
Practice.
This makes
It's like the
No,
one
no,
tip
no,
that
no, no.
every artist gives, and there's a reason for it.
Only 2 levels of practicing. The 3rd level, I think that's too meta.
The 3rd level might break your arm, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Kai, this is the wrong chat. It's the noobs talk about you put it into, but still thank you. Yeah, practice doesn't make perfect, but practice makes you only improve, and there's only the way upwards. Kudai, will you continue?
Oh, absolutely. Without doubt.
Very good.
I enjoy making characters, and I enjoy making stories with them. It's fun to see how different characters react to different scenarios. How various characters and people react to those characters.
Indeed. Amy, will you continue?
I am definitely going to continue with mine. I've got a lot of work still to do on it. The hair is very basic right now. I really, really want to get the tail moving, and I absolutely cannot wait to do steppies and jiggle physics on the booba. Like I've done the base work of it now, and like the stuff that I need to continue to do to make the model actually finished is to make it look less rigid, like actually animate the body. And I cannot wait to see this tail moving the way I want this tail to move, and the boobas jiggling the way I want them to jiggle, and the feet are stepping the way I want them to step. And I guess I should probably move the arms too at some point. Yes, I'm very much looking forward to this. I think after I do this is literally just a practice model as well. So after I finish this, I'm probably going to move forward and do like a full live 2D in the style that I want it done. Like I made a lot of allowances with the style of this one to make it a lot more similar to the stuff that I was seeing in the tutorial, so that I could understand the tools. Now that I know how they all work, and I know the sort of stuff I need to do to get like the good flat color model that I want in like my actual art style, I think I can really make something great.
I believe in you.
And then maybe eventually I'll open commissions. Nervous laugh.
I like YouTube thumbnails definitely. Like I really start to like them. I already opened commissions for them. I would love to like do thumbnails for other people too. I just really enjoy doing them. They're less effort than the usual art pieces I do, but like giving me the same way of like rewarding bubbly feeling that I like when I finish an art piece. Animation, I always did. From time to time, I dipped my toes into animation and little gifs making, but I will definitely try to finish the animation I had like in mind. It will probably take way longer than I expected it will take me to do this animation, and I think after I'm done with this one animatic I wanted to do, I will decide if that is something I want to continue or not. But for now, I probably want to continue this, just like with like a bit more time to do it, and you know, find time to actually work on it. So there's probably a chance that this animatic about our D&D campaign is done after our D&D campaign is over, but I will try to finish it. And now let's go to the last part.
Oh, hold on. Okay, carry on.
The last part is show your quest objective. You can keep yours open because the thing is I don't need to put yours on the screen behind me.
I'm waiting to change it. I've got a load of like different live to the practice models that I could throw up instead. But unfortunately, they are like prohibited for monetary use. They are practice only and like reference only. So I don't have the rights to use those. So I'm just gonna use Bill until the big reveal comes and you can all see what I've been working on.
I was gonna say, but to be fair, you can just keep doing the ninja thing, but you can just have either have Maho zoom in on it, or do, you know how you accidentally made her giant before? You can just like zoom in parts and like go into detail about what you did.
Why is Bill moving?
I don't know.
Why
Like,
is
it's-
that moving?
At some point, I assume during the rigging process, I moved the. I incorrectly rigged the XY. He float now.
You
You
float.
float now.
Like the reason there's only like half of him is because those paws come like over something in my overlay, and he just like hangs over the edge. I really need him to stay in the same space, so I need to figure out why he's doing this.
That is certainly concerning.
If you were to remake him, he would look so good.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
you've come so far
Thanks
as an
for the
artist since you
hydrates,
made
Sonny.
that. I think, like, even doing just like a flat version like that, like your eyes, the eyes you do for it would be phenomenally better.
This initial one that I did was like a fucking 14-hour project. I was just sick one day, so I just sat down and learned a bit of Live 2D to make a very basic model.
And everybody loved him. Everybody started turning up and saying hi to him before they started saying hi to you.
Exactly, yeah. I think like if I were to redo him now, he would look a lot better. Like his motions would look a lot more fluid, which is appropriate because I do need to redo him now because this is only a work in progress piece of him. This is not the final piece because I've lost those files.
Okay, everyone, like, if you have pictures or like anything you want me to share over the screen behind me, please send it over now. It could be progress pictures or like the artworks you did or notes you took. Kaya already opened pictures of what you did in a separate tab. Don't worry, I will show that at the end.
Yeah, I do have the character file. It's text. It's
Yeah,
just a
everything
text
you
file.
have, please send in the talk show chat. So people can look at it, and so I can open it separately in a browser, so I can share what you're actually showing.
It's that cute little thing Maho used was talking to you.
Yeah, I got all kinds of details in here, like to give a real good idea of what she looks like. So.
Oh my god, Yusha still has that. That's so cool. This is
Welcome, 476.
This is a
That's an inside joke inside an inside joke.
yeah. And this is why you should follow us on Fansly and maybe show up to some of our streams when we're actually alive, because this is where such jokes originate from.
Yes, we promise you we will eventually stream on Fansly at some point.
Okay,
Some point.
cannot open it like this. So
When either me or Sunny finally read that specific TTRPG book.
let me check something. Eden, that also means you please send things over. I'm just like setting up everything.
I am streaming to the Discord so
Okay.
that I can show all the time thingies.
Time lapses, yeah.
Oh,
No, time thingies. Wibbly wobbly.
Okay.
You
Nope.
did learn from Doctor Who. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, that Blink is the best episode.
A weird way to say the empty child. Gabby's reactive is so adorable. What the hell? Yeah, apparently that was delivered like halfway through setup, and none of us expected that to exist. But there it is. It's
Yeah.
pointy.
She moves when I talk. As long as I keep talking, it's a GIF.
It's really cute. I want a gift like this for myself at some point.
That's one thing I'm tempted to do, like with Live 2D. Now that I've learned a bit about it, is like at the very least, if I can't make a Live 2D that works on my PC because the stats aren't good enough, I can at the very least like make a GIF for my PNG.
Eden,
Yeah, it cost me $10.
Eden, the screen you're sharing is my own talk show.
Oh, that's because I you pulled up the thing because someone said Yuzi did something cute.
Give me a
Link
second.
is the best episode.
See?
Again, very weird. All right, so the explanation for that is during the one of the most recent
Spoilers.
episodes of Doctor Who, they're in a room with like 3 Doctor Who fans, and they all unilaterally say, "Yeah, Blink's the best episode." And I was just like, that pisses me off because it's a good episode. But like, you put 3 random Doctor Who fans in a room, and they're not going to agree on the best episode. The best
And I
episode
agree.
was obviously The Empty Child.
You put 3 Doctor Who fans in a room, and not all 3 of them are gonna say Blink. 2 of them are gonna say Blink, and someone is gonna go, "Oh, God,
Well,
what one do I like? Blink?
Okay.
Empty Child's pretty good as well. You know, they're gonna say Blink on instinct and then change it. So
Doctor Who talk show when? Doctor Who is a very specific thing, so this
No,
would
it's not.
probably be better with an expert. in my
Yeah.
opinion.
It is.
I think I would enjoy doing a Doctor Who talk show. I think it would be more of a panel one than an expert one. We could get an expert in.
You could also be the
You
expert yourself. You guys seem to forget that the talk show hosts are also allowed to be experts.
No. They're pathetic. No skills. No expertise allowed.
Okay, so
I mean, you joke, but I'm not confident enough to be like a Doctor Who expert.
No.
is that
yeah.
not half of your personality, Amy, to talk about Doctor Who?
Damn.
Just because I'm British and you're correct, okay? It doesn't mean you need to call it out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let
every
me, the
British
American,
fan
be
you
a
have
Doctor Who expert.
watches
Yes,
it.
you're right, Sonny. There was like 1 or 2 episodes set in Texas.
What?
Okay, so
You
We love Matt Smith.
got stuff I gotta do. All other stuff I gotta do, so
yeah, okay
I
then.
sent mine over.
Okay, I will show you.
We'll do yours first then.
Yeah, this is the character bio, I guess, of Gaza.
Because it's just text, I will give you the grace of me reading it out very poorly.
Alright.
Dia Jasa, gender,
Dia
female.
Gasa.
Dia Gasa,
She did say she'd do it poorly.
Yeah.
gender, female, race, dire wolf. The
Yep.
fur is white, the eyes are green, the archetype is tomboy, the height is 9'7", the chest size is G cup, 5
Jesus!
She's a big girl.
Definitely a man.
could crush
9'7"
steel.
with G cup tits.
You
The
know,
dream.
Sorry, Ma. Carry on.
Vice could crush steel. Other various battle scars. Outfit: tank top, skinny jeans, leather jacket, steel toe boots. Personality: extroverted, loud and intimidating. Yet when it comes to people not being intimidated, is shy, and then the text box is too small. Oh god. Okay, is shy. Wait a second. And unsure. She becomes cold when on the job. Okay. Favorite food: pancakes. Job: bounty hunter. The more danger, the better. Weapon: crush knuckle. Custom knuckle duster with attachments.
No attachments.
No attachment, impact, spikes, puncture,
Puncture.
blade, slash.
Yeah, that's
No
the physical
range.
damage types.
No range options due to large hands.
Yeah, that's all I could really get in the short time I gave myself because of all my other failures. But
Yes, I'm sure
Hey,
it
that-
was the large hands that were blocking the ranged options.
Okay.
yeah, her fingers are too darn big. She can't get it in there.
Okay.
Imagine trying to draw a bow with G cups.
Yeah, no, it's the fact she doesn't even know how to use a bow and arrow. She wouldn't be able to use it properly either. So
Okay, give me one more second. I swiftly need to switch to my PNG model. Give me 1 second. Because I'm
Super
covering the
awkward.
screen.
Yeah, down in front!
Okay,
Alright.
I already updated this.
thank you for going over that.
Good. Now you're free to leave.
You can tell it was written by a man because instead of body and then descriptions, there is separate categories for chest and thighs.
Yes, I had
Instead
to.
of
Well, I mean, pointing out various properties so you know what you're looking at here.
yes, but you could just
I
go
don't want you to have to
body
roll
type.
for investigation.
body type, large thighs, body type, G size, cup
yeah?
breast. You know,
Yeah.
you put it under one category, but for you, it's
That's
so
so
important it gets its own category.
Body type, mummy. I mean,
Yeah.
mummy. Sorry, mummy. Sorry, mummy.
Okay.
Amy. Tomboy mommy. Get it right.
Mom boy, got it.
Okay. Next
Love it.
next up is
All right.
Eden.
Y'all take
Yeah. Bye bye. I will.
Bye bye.
I'm showing Eden's screen behind me. So please, whatever you show, please have it in full screen. Otherwise, people will not be able to see the time lapse. So go on, click them and show them to us.
So sadly, Maho and Amy have already seen most of them, but we'll go through. This was the first one, which I actually we did on a Major's Monday stream.
Oh, that's the one I think that's the one I screamed at you for.
Yeah, look, there was ones where I deleted them and you got mad, and then this was the first one I didn't delete because
Yeah.
you got mad at me. I couldn't make it any slower. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It shows like how differently it is. Oh, I think that's the one where you. Yeah, that's the one where you drew the alien girl that I loved so much.
Yeah. So, and then just because Maho loved it so much, it did develop into a full piece, which is this one.
I love watching these just end unedited time lapses where you're just like, nope, 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 nope,
Yeah.
nope. Skip to 20 seconds to where the art starts.
That's your art, by the way, too, Amy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
This is it cut down.
Yeah.
By the way, this is barely cut down.
The look of pure disappointment. She looks down upon you.
And then,
I love her for that.
and then this one I didn't stream, but it was also a Matrix Monday, where I was just doing it in the background. I found some eye references and started playing around with different brush types to see if I could like mimic them. I've also been doing a lot of like single layer drawing just to like more get confidence with my line strokes and stuff rather than like actually making decent full pieces.
Yeah, that's like people
So-
are doing like single layer challenges, and then like traditional artists look over with their one sheet of paper.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I need
I-
to start drawing on paper more.
I love my different layers. I drew on paper for so many years, and trust me, now every time I draw, I wish I could make a new layer or resize something, or my eraser would actually completely erase something and not just leave a faint image of what I just erased behind.
Oh, yeah, the amount of times I've been doing traditional art and like tried to drag to zoom or to enlarge something or to move it across the canvas or to like reach for my Control Z.
There's supposed to be another different one in here, but I can't see it. Then this was a Major's Monday where I was trying to convince Amy that there should only be a certain amount of types in Pokemon.
Please tell me right now that you had not like a naked reference in this speed pace.
No.
Good.
No. I don't have. I don't think I've ever used a naked reference. I've got so many saved, but I've never actually used them. They're just all on my phone.
No, I saw you once use one. You had like in a stream to like hide for a moment like your entire canvas so we could see your reference.
Yeah, that was doing like actual like a body study of actual real people. Like it was like it would be perfectly fine for Twitch, but I probably not for YouTube.
There
'cause,
is
you know,
naked
it
yoga
is-
on YouTube. And I'm still
like that's
surprised.
literally what it is like screenshots of people in different poses naked so you can learn the anatomy. stuff. But I still hit it during that. Let's see if there's random projects.
Don't open your porn folder, don't open your porn folder, don't open
I don't have a porn folder. I don't have a porn folder. I'm not that much of a degenerate.
Yeah, why would you
Okay.
save your porn on your phone? If you can just go
Yeah.
to Rule 34 and just find it again, you'd know exactly what tags you were using.
Nah. I just download the image. Okay, it's not there.
You had the
Then-
image that you worked on the last time we talked. The
It's,
colored one.
that was this one.
Ah.
Look at me, how many times I redraw this goddamn leg.
It looked in multiple ways good. I like when I watched this like timeline was like, okay, so why were we drawing this part of the leg so many times? It looks good in so many ways. She gives me Brad doll vibes, you know, with the large feet.
Yes. I really like that style of having like really like pointed, just like not drawing the feet. Like not because I don't like drawing the feet, although I don't, because no artist does, except for very specific ones.
The foot fetishes like
Um,
drawing the feet.
Maho.
No, I don't. I drew them. I drew them because I had to learn it and because to make money with it.
I like that alien kind of style of just giving them basically like, oh, what was the like, is it like bell bottom jeans? The ones where they're like super wide at the bottom,
Yeah,
but just as the whole legs, just like the whole leg is just like a cylinder that gets really wide at the bottom, so that it's like
Yeah, the
size of
panty and
foot.
stocking kind of style of chibi.
Yeah, on
Yeah.
Nene from
I
like,
love that
Hanako-kun.
style so much.
Oh, I still
Yeah,
need
that's
to
one
draw
thing
Nene.
I did for the chibi practice, like live 2D. I did try to make the feet bigger, like to go for that kind of style.
And then this was a art challenge by one of the people that I watched all the tutorials of, Bubs, and this was one of those pause challenges where you get different outfits and different colors, like skin tones and stuff, and you piece them together. This was more like one-to-one thing where I actually used the pose and stuff. But yeah, I was also for this this quest, I was trying to use bases and stuff less, and like just trying to draw the anatomy straight. So like the one with the legs where I drew them over and over again, I did not like I just made that on the canvas. I didn't like use any sketches or anything.
Oh, that piece is so good.
Mhm.
So
Great job. I saw you post that, and I really liked it.
yeah, this really hit home for me, like how hard it is to like draw POC hairstyles, because like I just could not find any good references for how to like draw it, and it came out looking kind of like a brain leaking out of her head, but it was the best I could do.
Oh, that hair looks great, like
Yeah.
legitimately.
Um,
Besides, you're a zombie too, but you need to learn to draw brains leaking out of heads.
That is
Eden, do you want to send in the talk show chat like the finished pieces so I can show them like separately, so I can zoom in on them a little bit?
Yeah, I can do that. Do you want me to do that now, or do you want me to do the last two
Do the time lapse
the
first.
last 10 minutes?
Yeah, do the time lapses, then Amy can show her pictures, and while Amy is showing her picture, I can just like open the rest.
Hold on, I
Amy.
recognize that
Yeah,
one.
I was gonna say, Amy, does this look familiar? So this was making a calendar a schedule, which I have not kept at all throughout the entire month. But
It's
to be
okay, I
fair,
also made a schedule and not kept to it throughout the entire month. We can be
on
disappointment besties.
I
on
forget.
on the 9th, I made the schedule, and then I kept it, and then I kept it, and then I did it. This was a day off, and then on this day where I didn't have anything, that's where I hurt my arm. So everything immediately after that was all
Not
like,
anymore.
yeah.
Invalid.
I literally physically couldn't do. So I still did a couple of them. I did the Majors Mondays. And this was doing art for the top because as much as I don't have Red Panda branding, I can't just find live pictures of red pandas.
The absolute best part of my month. Like, I used to hate doing like my calendar and my schedule, but now I really look forward to it because the best part of my month is at the end of the month when I've got to go and find a new funny red panda picture. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I really like the art that you did on top.
I think I spent like 30 minutes doing the table, and then I think I spent like 50 minutes on just the art piece, just to go on top. Like obviously you saw that it was like very heavily like the body language and stuff was traced, and then I just added like the effects and then put my own character like over it. But like, you know, it's not something that's going to be sold. It is just to capture. It was supposed to capture the vibe of the month because I was going to do more Pokemon related content.
Yeah.
But yeah, I liked it. I also have been enjoying doing a different hairstyle for my character, and the different pants. So.
I says, want a challenge with hair? Try the character Eris from Sinbad.
From Sinbad.
Remember, you're sharing your screen. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
You're sharing your screen, so don't go on and Google something. Okay, Amy.
Oh, come on. I wanted to pull up Rule 34. I will drop the finished pieces in now.
It's time. I think you guys are all very excited to see what I've been working on that you've literally never seen before. Definitely not earlier in this stream. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! Look, it's my model.
She's
I
adorable.
figured out.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were showing them all at the end because I didn't like read all over the list of questions. I just skim read them to get like an idea of my answers, and then I was like, "Hey, like, like I can just like share what I've done as a VTuber. That's literally the purpose of it." But yeah, I am really happy with what I've made so far. As I've said, like, it's a work in progress. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. I need to get that tail wiggling, but like, especially seeing her moving and talking and actually like being used as a VTuber. Like, this is more of a proof of concept than at this stage than anything else. But like, I'm happy with what I've done with it so far, and I'm looking forward to doing more.
I love that when you look up and half close your eyes, she looks so smug.
Yeah, I need to. That's an issue with the tracking, because I'm wearing glasses, so like it always thinks my eyes are half closed. So I need to like calibrate VTube Studio for that. But like, she has got like such a little like, oh, you thought I was someone else, didn't you? Kind of look to her, isn't she? Just like, nah, I know something you don't know.
I love her. Like, you did a great job. Like, you did the most amazing job of all of us because you put way more work into it than all of us combined, and you made an amazing end product. Even though it's still a work in progress thing, it's still amazing what you learn because it is really good. And again, like you looking up and just having the eyes half closed just looks so smug. I love it. It's very, very much fits the character. Your
I've got
eyebrows always
both the
look like
Yeah.
sad. There's like some tracking problems there, but that's okay.
I think I've got both the advantage and the disadvantage that I intend to use my end product, like, going forward, like, permanently. So it's gotta look good, which means I've gotta put effort in. Like, I played that back in my head and realized how it sounds. I'm not saying your two don't look good, but, like, I had the perfectionism coming into mind of, like, I need a finished product here. I can't just half-ass this.
Yeah.
So that was always at the forefront of my mind, is like, I need to get it done, but I need to get it like done, like satisfactorily done, you know?
Yeah, I got the gift done, and then I decided, okay, that's enough. I will open my thumbnails in a moment too. Okay, so anything you want to like zoom in on your model and showcase, Amy, before I go over and show like Eden's things a bit more closely?
I think I definitely want to show off the eyes, because like you can see like most of the stuff, but like the
Okay. Wait a second.
eyes,
Wait
if
a
I
second.
just zoom in on the eyes.
Wait a second. Let me just grab that thing and put you on top of the water and coffee.
You zoom out a little bit then.
And make it just generally bigger. Now you have like, okay, now you can show. Look at those eyes.
I am really happy with the animation I did with the eyes, and I'm not sure if I can get it to blink because of the eye tracking, but
It blinked. I saw the wobble.
yeah, they do jiggle a bit. I need to make the jiggle more pronounced. Like the ear wiggle that I've got, I thought was too much, and the eye wiggle I've got I thought was too little. But the ear wiggle's perfect, so I think I need to just make the eyes too much in Live 2D. This is one of the like advantages of throwing it into Live 2D to see how it works and the stuff that's happening with it. So like I know now that I need to apply more to the eyes. But like I am really happy with the idle animation on the eyes with the shooting stars.
It looks great.
It's so good. It's amazing.
Okay,
You did so good.
I will make you smaller again and put you back where you were standing before.
The stars
Yay,
that don't
thank you,
shoot
Amy.
do sway a little bit, like with the breath motion, but again, that's something I need to tone up because that's like I'm learning now that that's not very visible with the breath motion now. It looks great in the program, but in actual VTube Studio, I need to tweak some of the parameters, I think.
Yeah.
Here is a close-up of the things Eden did. Like here's the Pokemon trainer close-up. Here's the other Pokemon trainer close-up.
I thought we couldn't zoom in on her balls.
Here we have the big sketch piece.
Well done. Thank you, Kai. Thank you, Yuzu.
And those expressions are like so good.
Thank you.
This one,
This
one is my favorite. It's
Uh,
so. But also the skeleton is great.
I love the alien girl. She is amazing.
Here we have a close-up of Eden's face, and she looks just like, "What did you say? I wanted this without pickles. Why didn't you put pickles in there?" She looks like
No,
so.
it's they forgot the pickle.
Oh, they forgot the pickles. Even worse.
What do you mean your favorite one's the alien girl? I'm right here.
Yeah, she makes such a like
I
a
should pivot,
such.
rebrand again.
Yeah, she makes such an offended, pouty face. That is so cute.
Yeah, you did really good with all of the expressions.
Yeah, this one is
you've
also
learned a lot over the last month, and like you've come very far.
Thank you.
There we have the alien girl in her full glory. I'm still pestering Eden to make it your character here so she can just give her my hair. So I can just have Maho in this one. Like, I would also just buy your character here and draw the hair on top of it myself. I just really wanted. Here we have this
I
one.
did start it, but
Mhm.
then I got distracted with quests. Also, distracted with the fact that Amy couldn't play Psychonauts anyway. So what's the point?
And here we have the zombie character.
No, it's just a character with green skin. It was just incredibly coincidental that I pulled the green skin and goth-esque vibes. I chose to add the
I was gonna say
The
goth-esque vibes.
flowers.
Ah, yes, my favorite goth outfit: flowery dungarees.
Well, I added the flowery dungarees because it was supposed to just be like a full one color thing. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. I like flowery dungarees. I love dungarees. They're like, I've got like 3 of them. I need to wear them more often.
Bye bye, Kai. We're
Yeah,
looking at
Kai,
your...
have a great stream and catch you next time. See you later, Kai. We are about to wrap up. We're just showing off the last of the bits and pieces.
Yeah,
But
showing
thanks for
your
swinging
dice.
by.
I'm showing your dice right now. And they look
Whoa,
really
dice.
pretty.
Yeah.
The nerd in me
I-
requires them. Like, I am a fully digital DM, but like, I need those dice.
Yeah, same. This big one.
Like to chew on. Wow, those are cool.
No. We only chew on them after they nat 1. That's the punishment.
If they nat 20, it's also a reward. Depends on whether it's a submissive or a dominant dice.
Oh, that's a fun idea, actually, Kai. I've seen a lot of people like sell off prints and models of like dice jails. Have you ever thought of doing one of those? Make some and send them to you. I would love some custom dice. Not gonna lie.
Oh god. The thing I
Like,
would
I
give
literally
for more
have a
dice.
drawer on my desk that has just got a dice tray and my collection of dice in it. It is currently just like a pack of like 7 packs of the 7 polyhedral die that are just in a bowl. So I've just got like 49 die in my desk.
What's it? You could have like a orange, like a clear orange resin with like swirls of your grey and your tan in there to be like the pads and the stripes.
Only 7 sets, rookie numbers. I do have a large set that I lent to my brother because, like, when I started moving over to digital DMing, I wasn't using them anymore, so he had them for his dice cam. So I need to go and collect those at some point.
I think at my peak I had like 150 dice.
I have 2 sets.
Not dice sets, but like individual dice.
I have exactly 2 dice sets. That's it.
I've lost
Again,
them,
that's-
lost bits
No,
and pieces
free!
of all the sets.
I'm
through
lying. I'm
moving.
free. I have free. I got one on a convention for free.
On one hand, that's all you need. You play digitally. On the other hand, math rocks.
Yeah. I want
Math
more-
does rock. I agree.
I want more math. rock.
Algebraic.
And now let's go to what I wanted to show off. That one's all. Okay, so let's go over here first. That I cannot zoom in, so you guys have to squint.
Love that one.
So this is the storyboard I made for the animation, and the animation you will see after is just the first thing. It's like the first thing. But it's like JTH the character is sitting on his PC and is typing, and in the background you see that someone else is sighing. So he takes his cup of tea, still not making eye contact, takes a long sip, puts the teacup down again, takes his glasses off that are taped to his head, and then looks over and asks, "What's the matter?" And then you see a really bored succubus on the sofa, disclaiming that she is bored. So he is thinking for a moment and then points behind himself, and it zooms in on on his workbench. It's a Minecraft workbench because Amy had the great idea, and said, "Well, I have some bombs that need testing." So it zooms back to the succubus, that from laying on the back, her eyes widen, and then she, in just one smear frame, she sits up and like her eyes are sparkling, her tail is wagging like a puppy tail, and she's like, "Oh my god, yes, let's do it." So he just stands up from his desk and walks off with her while she's holding the bombs, and they're just like chit-chatting. And the last scene that is not in here is them just like standing there with like sunglasses on, and like an explosion in the background, and then you just hear someone, "Oh no, my car!"
My cabbages!
And this is the animation, and oh god, it's small. I cannot zoom in. I'm sorry, it's
like
small.
you.
As you can see, the hand is moving. Both hands are moving. In the background, the side just goes by, and he's blinking. You cannot see it, but you can see it in my Discord server. Please check out my Discord server. There you can find it in its full size.
You can just about
Yeah.
see the blink if you squint. Which is appropriate, because that's the eye motion you need to make to blink.
And
Such a
those are the thumbnails I made. This is just a sketch because I haven't finished this one, but like that's how you can see the difference between a sketch and the finished product, because this is how a sketch will look like for me. And this is what a finished product looked like. This is for Garden of Banban. I was very scared of Ophelia Bird, so I was screaming my lungs out. This was me with Huggy Wuggy. I just wanted to hide somewhere and hope that he would just go away. This is a thumbnail I made today just before the talk show. This will be the new thumbnail template I will use. I may have to tweak that the eyes need to be a bit further apart and the mouth a bit further down, but this will be the template from now on. And a neat little thing is, if you are a guest for the talk show, yeah, I have seen Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. I have watched Let's Plays of all chapters. That didn't change it, I was still scared of it. And Eden over there really wants me to play more of it. So
I'll buy them for you if you play them.
And also I have now
soon to a stream near you.
I think Chapter 3 is more scary than Chapter 4, to be honest. So as you can see, it's like with like a chalkboard that says like what's going on, like Weebs talk about Weebs quest, or Weebs talk about expert edition or noob edition, the topic, who the guests will be, or the co-host in this case, plus guest, and then there will be a corner left for doodle. If you're a guest and you want to doodle something and it will be put onto the chalkboard. I will make in my Discord server after the stream a new section in the talk show section, what is called the Doodle Guest Book. When we have a talk show and you are a guest, you can submit something there. Like in a year, we will go through this guest book together and just look all the art people did. If no guest submits art until like the talk show actually happens, I myself will do a little doodle fitting for the talk show, or I will let Amy do it. That way we like get like a little visualization of what the topic will be.
I'm
But
looking forward to making like an awful little chalkboard doodle, and then by Amy, age 31.
That's exactly what I did.
And this is my little template I made for art. That there's no background, that's why it looks white. Because there's no background, I can always like put an art behind it, and easily just like have like a thumbnail for art. Weebs quest, spark of creation. Exactly.
No.
that's not what
He
it
said
said.
spank of creation.
Oh,
Yuzu, only if you're good, darling.
I definitely have to do something with Maho's face in this doodle. You can see that I took not enough time to like go over this art piece again. It's working. I really like the glass of water because hydration Oh, you guys cannot see it.
Yeah, none of us can see the water.
Why is no one telling me so far? You guys are
Because you didn't
awful.
point out the water. We didn't want to be like,
Okay, so now you can see it. There's a glass of water on the table because you guys are always joining me in hydration redeems. So hydration is important. So yeah,
I know
this
an
is,
instruction when I hear one.
I think the Garden of Bamban is probably still one of my favorite thumbnails though, where I squeeze the life out of Mono and Ophelia Bird's just standing there menacingly. I gave her way bigger eyes than she had in the game.
I
It's
really
even
like the
better.
Puppies Playtime one. I adore like the recreated memes.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, this was like the Terminator, like the little girl underneath the desk with the Terminator. I used it as a reference because I thought it was like very fitting.
It's very good.
Thank you for the hat pad. I'm sorry it's not visible right now. I had the VTuber turned off. Okay. This is the end.
No,
Yes. What?
you didn't praise me for my doodle.
You did.
You didn't notice the reference.
I did notice the reference. So the
What was the reference, huh?
Okay. So you have.
Don't call her out.
So we have Pokemon because he did a lot of Pokemon art. You had the slime that you see in Dragon Quest and stuff. Probably, hopefully, being a reference to my sponsor game that you still should play for the next 3 days. And a little Amy.
Oh, it's that,
what-
and because you drew us pink slime boy, you
True.
animated a pink slime boy.
That makes
So
also
that's why
sense.
it's pink instead of blue.
That
And
makes
then
a little
Amy
sense.
was I only had like 2 minutes left to do Amy, so Amy's kind of terrifying if you zoom in on it.
She's still cute. And remember,
That's
if you
okay.
put...
It's lore accurate. Like actual Amy is terrifying if you zoom in on her.
Okay, so the question
Bonk.
now is, I would like to end the talk show here. We at 4 hours. This is perfect. Do you girls want to have the Gaslight District reaction tomorrow after the normal Matrix Monday, or before we start the official Matrix Monday? Or do we want this to have it now? But you know,
We can do it tomorrow
people,
if you want to call it here.
people sound tired, so I'm not sure if you want to do it now.
I'm not tired. Amy, are you tired?
Read the room, pet.
No, I can't read.
Can't read. I broke my arm.
Exactly. We can do it tomorrow, I guess.
Okay, then we will do it tomorrow. Because I need to end this stream on YouTube before I have this happening, because I need a second layer of covering things up for reactions on YouTube, so I cannot have it in the same stream. Also, I think this would just be a good YouTube video in itself, so this will be cut out. Then we will have it tomorrow. It could be the first thing we do before I go live on YouTube, and that way I can just cut it out as a highlight. If you watch this on Twitch and or YouTube, thank you everyone for watching. If you are on YouTube, remember to, make the subscribe button sparkle, and also the like button if you want, even the dislike button. Just let me know, leave some comments. I would be very happy to read your comments. If you watch this...
Interact or else. Oh, do we do a comment question of the day? Comment question of the day: do you like pineapple on pizza? Whoa, let's get controversial. I hate myself.
Let's be honest,
Comment question of the day. What's the last piece of art you were inspired by?
Yeah,
If you want to make it all serious.
I like pineapple on pizza too. So yeah, definitely interact on YouTube. I really want to make YouTube something that works. Right now it doesn't, so I try my hardest, but video editing is hard and Maho's scared of it. So give me a bit more time before you can actually watch YouTube videos of it, but they will be there soon. I already worked on thumbnails, If you're on Twitch, thank you so much for staying here. It's always a blast to have you in chat. I will announce the new talk show probably in the coming week. So keep your eyes out for this. If you want a specific topic, let me know in the Discord server. And if you want to be an expert for a topic, the application is on Discord. It is a pinned message in the talk show announcement. You will always find it. Apply it anytime. Yeah, like Doctor Who.
I mean, Kai, I'm just going to casually drop out there that we are pretty short on experts right now, so maybe throw your hat in the ring and maybe you're almost guaranteed a spot, huh?
Yeah.
The Amy the Randoker channel cannot guarantee appearances on the Monochrome Joker channel. All appearances and guests on the Monochrome Joker channel are entirely up to the host, Monochrome Joker.
It can maybe take time before I can pick a new expert, but there's the... Yeah, if you're an expert, you know, like, it's the typical thing. You make an explanation, insert topic for dummies, where you just, like, briefly, like, explain it, and then we will just, like, casually talk about. You can just, like, explain things to us, and we will ask you questions about it. If you cannot answer a question, that is completely fine. But, like, in general, it's just, like, you talking about the topic. And enlighten the people like me who never watched a single episode of Doctor Who.
Yeah, I think it's more of a Weebs Talk About Passion edition than Expert edition nowadays, and honestly, I prefer that format.
Yeah, like, we just call it expert because we get one person that knows about this topic better than, like, the hosts do. So you're an expert, like, compared to us. No.
What it means is we don't have to do any work next week.
No. If you want to be expert, you have to apply for the expert. This is important because if you're not in the expert application, I will not reach out to you. But the application is still the same. You just have to apply, say the topic, and you're good to go. There is, because, like, this talk show was moved for only 1 week, there is a small chance that we have to decide if we have a talk show next week again, or if we have a talk show in 2 weeks. And just, like, change the rhythm a little bit. But we will see how I feel about this in, like, 2-3 days.
Yeah. We'll have a discussion between the hosts to see what the next topic's going to be and when the next topic's going to be, but until then, await our response with bated breath.
Yeah, tomorrow is Matrix Monday, so we eagerly await you. We will talk excessively about magical girls and lesbians. So if that is something you're interested in, you should definitely show up because we will talk a lot about lesbians. And remember, my little sparks, you're the reason I can shine, and I hope to see you all again very, very soon. And until then, I say you bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.